Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, December the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. Okay. I put so the Discord link is there. Okay. I just put the Discord link here. So you want to head over there. Remember, we'll be switching to Discord January 3rd. So if you guys get used to using it, from now till then, I'll be moderating both rooms until then, but get used to using the Discord room, okay? Now, what's happening today? BXR, well, first of all, the AMAM, amazing move. $6 or $6.60 stock, AMAM, 60 cent or 40 cent, my goodness, 40 cent stock, all the way up to $1.24. A little bit of a pullback right now. I guess they did have some, obviously, they had some news encouraging preliminary safety efficacy data evaluating their drug. So that's their news. Not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float. And hello, YouTubers and Hertz. BXRX. BXRX. If I saw any news on this one. Yeah, phase two to start. Company announced that initiation of a phase two. So that's enough to pop it 52%. Low float, actually, well, that's the crazy low float, 492,000. Lululemon had earnings, and we have a downturn for Lululemon on earnings. Yeah, down 7% at earnings after hours yesterday. There's a reaction. That mauve area on our charts, that's the after hours reaction, and kind of held, but starting to move down a little bit now, guys. So if you're into a stock of this price, let's see, the next low looking left looks like about 340. There's the 200-day way down there, $319 or so. So this stock has some room to move down still if it wants to. Here's the Discord link for you guys on YouTube. MRIN. MRIN is up 37%, and I think they are saying, that was another one. Trading higher after the company announced, okay, another one of these ones that joined the Walmart. We got Walmart or Costco. Used to be gold when these companies did this, but don't seem to have any lasting power or staying power. Vita. This is the one I was thinking of. FORG, 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 Forge. And they are saying that from time to time we are receiving inquiries about potential being bought by a potential strategic acquirer. Okay, so that's their that's their news. FORG. Docu had earnings. DOCU earnings play. Not bad. Gap up almost 10%. Pretty big float, 197 million in the float. That's what everybody tells me, China. NRBO, and no problems getting in, I hope, today. I think I unlocked every server known to man, so I don't think there's any problem getting into Discord today. I mean, There may be individual problems, but not a general problem like I had yesterday. NRBO up 15%. Lots of volume, guys. 3.6 in the float. It's traded the float already, and I'm trying to figure out why this is up. Actually, don't see any reason for this one. There's got to be a reason, of course, but I don't see any reason. Mm. Yeah, PHVS is on the move again, guys. This was the megastar from yesterday, absolute megastar. This got up to 1190 yesterday, so it's still underwater a little bit, but what a mover yesterday, especially from right at noon when it was still sitting around $4. Frey, I'm hearing Frey. Woo, look at Frey, guys. FREY. Through the 200-day moving average. FREY through the 200-day moving average. I don't know if this is going to last, this big red bar. Meanwhile, talking about red bars, obviously some data came out at 8:30. LI is an earnings play, guys. One of the, I think this is the last one of the three China EVs to release. LI is an earnings play, a little bit of a gap down for LI. China is not, KWeb is not positive. Well, there it is. KWeb. So it's actually a little bit negative, a little bit negative. It was positive. You know what is really strong? I know it's giving it up a little bit, but my goodness, Billy has been very strong ever since earnings. You got had earnings right here and very strong ever since earnings. And that is BILI. CLRO. That has gapped up. I guess they have some kind of a legal settlement with Apple. Is that right? No, no, no. I'm wrong. Why did I put that? No, it's Ericsson. Ericsson. I'm sorry. It's Ericsson. ERIC. Um, so, so they did also have legal settlement of all their pending legal disputes. Okay. So that is CLRO, low float. Nice up. This is Ericsson. Now, I never usually watch Ericsson or Nokia because they've got so many in the float, but it's a pretty eye-catching press release. Ericsson and Apple agree on a multi-year patent deal, ending legal battle. Hmm. I see you there, Eagle Guy. Yeah, I see you. Good. Yeah, guys, get used to coming over to Discord and posting in the specific stock. We still have the same tabs, specific stock and general market. You can pop out the video. Okay, there's a way to pop the video out so you can size it, float it wherever you want. I don't see it, but I think there is a box, some kind of a box, and with an arrow, and I think that allows you to pop it out. Well, I don't know what to say, North. There's Eagle Guy posting in the specific stock. I wouldn't click on chat. Maybe that's it. I mean, when you get into the room, just treat it like the old room. Where you'll have your tabs right there. Hopefully, you can see the tabs right there, and just go into the right tab. So you're talking about a stock, specific stock, general market talk, TI questions. This is where I'm going to put the pre-market actives, and I've added one for the upgrades and downgrades. Again, we have 3 weeks to get, iron out all little bugs that people might have. I know it's a new program for most. I mean, there's a chat here, but I don't know what that really does. There is a chat right there. I think that might be a general chat or something, but this just get used to using these tabs just like in the other room, if you can see them. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is a chat, right? That right there, that's a chat. But I don't know. I wouldn't use that. I guess I would just go to the individual tabs. Just like here. I mean, how you guys are talking right now is just by clicking on these different tabs. So all I've done is just created virtually the same tabs. Specific stocks only, general market, trade ideas questions, and I just added a couple. Where I'm going to put my pre-market actives and my upgrades and downgrades, things like that. So it should be pretty seamless. So it's really not relevant then, is it, Pepe? That chat is for the audio channel. It's really not that relevant. Could I phrase it like that? Okay, yeah, so here's the only thing that's not going to make some people or is not going to make some people happy, okay? And we haven't figured out a way. I don't think there's a way to sort of pop out the chat. I don't mean the chat, but like pop this out, okay? So you are going to be stuck with, something maybe this size. So I do get it that for those of you who only have one monitor or looking at a laptop, um, and it's a small screen, it's probably not going to be the best. I concede that. And Captain K is going to, you see, I can't resize this. I can't. I mean, that's it. I'm trying to drag it. I'm trying to make it as small as I can so I could just maybe see this. But if Captain K, you can do it, excellent. And then I'll think that'll make everybody happy because everybody's saying screen resolution, audio is great. And also I'm able to do a lot more. I have a lot more flexibility within the room to do things that I haven't been able to do in the other room. So anyway, getting back to upgrades and downgrades. Let me take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. Again, more upgrades, sorry, way more downgrades than upgrades. So let me get them in here and then I'll paste them into in fact, why don't I do that? You know what? I'm going to start doing the things in Discord first. We have an upgrade for Jazz, JAZZ from Goldman. Okay, I've put the upgrades in the Discord room. Now I'll get the downgrades in. And as I say, there are a lot more downgrades, but a lot of them are these foreign stocks, ending in the Y's and the F's, so not as many, even though the list looks big. Downgrade for Beyond Meat after its recent. Okay, I'll make it in a call fashion. I'm just experimenting here, guys. We're in CVNA. More downgrades for CVNA. And MRTX, that one has just been absolutely hammered over the last little while. Okay, let's see if I can copy this easily. Yeah, no problem. Okay. And then I'll pop that into the YouTube room. Sorry, it's a little bit jumbled. Yeah, in the YouTube room. Sorry about that. It's a little bit jumbled in the YouTube room. But you guys should all be over in Discord anyway. Is that ping something? Ping, is that China stock PME? Yeah, ping tan marine. Ugh, ugly. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. I didn't do this yesterday, so let's take a look at the sectors. Now the market's in for, yeah, we're in well, obviously that big red candle. So let's take a look at the sectors. Before I do that, give me one moment. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm going to click on Sector Status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, all right? There's energy, XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see, now usually this is all or nothing. In other words, it's they're all red or green. So when you see 70% red, what that means is 70% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. All right, so is there a positive sector? The answer is no. There is nothing over 50%. Okay, which makes sense because the market is starting off in a weak way. So do I have notifications turned on your Discord feed? I keep hearing the notification sounds. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I probably do, and I know there's an area. I started jotting down some notes. You might have to put up with it today, okay, if you don't mind. Or maybe later on I can take a look. I know there's a way to turn it off. Curve, yes, curve. I love you too. All right, curve. Well, the volume, I know what you're looking at, all-time low, and it is shortable. Yeah, 300,000 shares shortable. Let's get that volume going. It's an earnings play, no action yet. Had the action yesterday after hours, just nothing yet. Yeah, it's interesting, Zach. Yikes! So I've got to go in and do some kind of. But that is what everybody would have to do, right? It's not that I can't. Like everybody would have to do that, right, Captain? On their own. Or could I do it one time and then really hate going into that's a little bit of programming. I mean, I know it looks pretty simple. Or would each individual have to do it for their system? Yeah, we're going to keep YouTube open. Okay, Nick. Okay, thank you, Nikki. So you can do it on your own greenhorn. Okay, go into settings, notifications, and shut off sound when viewers join and leave. So you can do it on your own. That is correct, MP. That is correct. When you say you, I know I can, but I guess they're talking about so each individual can manage every notification sound. And here is a link. Again, guys, when you get in there, I mean, if you've never been in Discord before, yes, if you click on that link, Discord's going to ask you for your email. Then they'll send you an email and go through that process one time just to register. And then, once you're in the room, it looks like this. Okay, you're going to see my screen, and you see the same tabs as you see in the room you're in right now. Okay, the main room, same tabs, be exactly the same, except resolution should be better, audio should be better. You can pop the video out, move it anywhere you want, size it. It's just that initial step if you've never been in Discord before. Chewy guys, I'm hearing Chewy. Ooh, Chewy on the way down. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. Chewy's an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. So Chewy is an earnings play. And let's take a look at this low there, 39.40. Okay, you don't see any link to the room. I guess do you have to click on, I think, the trade ideas trading room? Does that make sense? I guess people who are used to Discord know exactly what to do. And then once you do that, you should see these tabs or discussion channels. Double click on Barry where it says live. Okay, see, I wish this would, how can I wish I didn't have to see this, but again, guys, don't worry. I mean, we've got till the 30th to get all this done, okay? Hmm. No, you'll get it, Cam. You'll want to be in you'll want to be in there, okay? It's just, probably one thing that you're not doing or but once you get it down once, I'm sure it'll be just do it do the same thing every day. I want you in Discord. So how is this how to right here? There is a how to. See, there is a how to that Scott put together. Well, the room's free. Yeah, yeah, it's free. Nothing has changed, JJ. Nothing has changed. We're just changing rooms. The room is free. So there is a how to right here. But of course, you can't get into the room. Maybe if I just copy this. 1 minute to the open. Okay, so I'm just going to put this in the trade ideas question section. Okay, and I'm going to put those in. See if that helps. Okay, see if that helps getting into the room and all. Yes, 30 seconds to the open. Okay, guys, so I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, you can post, yeah, you can go into general market talk or, yeah, you can, there are the tabs. You'll see the tabs right there on the left-hand side. Specific stocks, general market, TI questions. These other two don't post in them, that they're just information only. Okay, but this is what you guys are used to. Specific stocks, general market, TI questions. That's what you're used to. All right, guys. Frey continues on the way down here. FREY. Well, actually, a little bit of a pops out of the market open. NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's kind of flat. Oh, STNE. I think this had a downgrade yesterday. STNE had a downgrade yesterday. And through the 200-day moving average now, 1008 is a 200-day, so it's now through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is about 969. That's pretty close though. Thank you guys, everybody who's trying to help others get into this Discord room. I absolutely appreciate it. Hey, keep an eye on AM. I don't know if you're still in this, Zach. I'm assuming you got this early. This is now an all-time, no, an all-time high, excuse me. It's a high of the day, taking out the pre-market high, and pretty low float. Docu is an earnings play, guys. Docu is an earnings play, so trying to move a little bit. It's a market high, not pre-market high, of course, but relatively close to that pre-market high. All right, well, after the hoopla yesterday with MMAT, look at this. MMAT just giving it all up after yesterday. All right, guys, here's one. ACLX is on the move. ACLX on the move. So ACLX, big gap up. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. It must not have had enough volume or something. But ACLX, big gap up. It is not an earnings play. Enters into a stock purchase agreement with Gilead. Low float also, 22 million in the float for ACLX. Momo had a downgrade, but so far that downgrade has not hit. I mean, had earnings yesterday, I believe. Yeah, earnings play yesterday. And that is Momo, MOMO. All right, so AMAM has pulled back to the 120 level. Lots of volume. Easily trade the float today. 36 million in the float. It's traded 23 million already. Man, I mentioned Billy. Billy is ever since earnings, very strong. BILI. Oh, this is going counter to most of the China stocks. Summit is still alive, guys. SMMT. I still have an alert set around 417 and see if it takes that out later on. SMMT. Momo is still strong. MOMO. Second day continuation after earnings. No, actually, I was wrong. Momo actually had an upgrade. There's Momo now hitting my 10-day daily breakout. This is just really breaking out. Earnings play yesterday. Continuation. Had an upgrade. I don't know which firm upgraded it, but boy, look at MRTX. Continues down. MRTX just continues down, getting hit. And there were some firms, I think, that put price targets of anywhere from when it was down here at 80, 100 to 149, I believe. I mean, this is more than cut in half from 1, 2, 3. So 4 days ago, this was a $90 stock, 40. Momo, guys. Wow. Momo has got it. Ugly. This is Getter. Wow. Yeah. This is a SPAC turned into Getter on the way down. Ugly. And PHVS was halted on the way down. Whoa. AMAM just got halted on the way up. AMAM just got halted on the way up. And yes, Summit is halted on the way up. So let's take a look where this could open for Summit. This could be the really interesting one. It's had 3 great days. Bit of a sell-off yesterday. I mean, from the high, 449, closed down at 368. Okay, BXRX is halted. Another halt. Boy, we're getting a lot of halts again, guys. Lots and lots of halts. BXRX is halted again, or halted for the first time today, I guess. And this had some news, I think, this morning. Phase 2, they're going to be starting phase 2. Hey, here's one of our favorite stocks, GME on the way down. Summit just opened. What did it open? Yeah, okay, a little bit higher. Not much, but a little bit higher. I got halted at 380. Sorry, it got halted at 388. So it popped up not much. I'm really watching that SMMT for a 4 break. The volume yesterday wasn't bad. It was almost the same as, oops, she's almost, sorry, I just about over poured my coffee all over myself. Yeah, the volume yesterday was almost the same as the day before. Of course, that was the big day 3 days ago, the big day. But yesterday and the day before, very similar. PJ, it's good to see you, man. Missed you. Hope all's good. AM, let's see. No real clue where it's going to open. Interesting. It's halted at 134. No real clue where it's going to open. At least I don't see it. I don't see it. The next high looks like it's around 149 for AM, but boy, that has come from 40 cents. 40 cents yesterday. 226% run on it. Lost sight of this one. That's CLRO, guys. So this had legal settlement. Okay, global legal settlements. So they got the lawyers off their backs. SCLRO, low float, traded the float now, basically 9.3 million in the float, traded 9.2 million. Look at this. So this couldn't see the clue where this was going to open, but it just got halted again. AMAM just got halted again. This is today's PHVS. Okay, so VXRX was halted at 592, so it did not obviously pop above that. Well, pennies, that's it. REPL, guys, what is this one doing? 25.25, 25.25, REPL. All time, no, all right. Where's that? Oh, it's on an all-time high. But it's a 3-month high for sure. Yeah, para is kind of strong. Couple of kind of doji days yesterday, and now kind of trying to move. Next high looking left. Got some room. 1982. Next high looking left for para. The spread on our EPL is not good. 2507, 2525. So not interested. Wow. Yeah, Momo. Okay, here's Sentinel, guys. Sentinel now is a 2 days after earnings, and it continues to move here. Sentinel S. This was its earnings day, yeah. So it's 2 days after earnings. Where's the next 16? Looks like 16 could block it. Looks like it. Is that Nash or Nath? Where's the T and the S on the keyboard? No, I don't know Nath. I know Nash. Or the acronym. So there's something called Nath also. Yeah, it's a tough spread, ACLX right now. 2741, 2765. It's kind of a tough spread. Let's take a look at curve. See, obviously the volume hopefully is picked up a little bit, a little bit. Not a lot of volume for an earnings play so far, but I'll stick an alert at the low here of the pre-market, 337 or so, and see if it takes that out later. Thank you, Zach. Teva, guys, TEVA on the move, TEVA on the move. But again, maybe coming into some resistance. Look at that daily chart. It's not clean, doesn't have like a clear shot. Maybe, if all this weren't in front of it, all this, if there's a more of a clean shot up to that 960 level, be a lot more attractive to me anyway. What's going on with UPH? It's halted. That's what's going on. I don't see the news on it. No news I can see on it, but it is halted. No big clue where it's going to open. This is sorry, yeah, this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue box that I bring out every now and then. AM just to resume, guys. But no clue where it's going to open, really. There's no way it's going to open at 434, my opinion, anyway. What's the float in this one? It's not low float, 62 million. They have earnings on the 13th. But somebody wanted this. Yeah, I mean, somebody wanted this desperately. Just have to wait for it to open, see what happens. This ACLX, I mean, it keeps moving higher. They just, they're tempting you, but the spread is, was 27.60, 28. Now it's 27.78. I mean, it's tightening a bit, but 27.81, 28.20. I mean, it's just hard to commit. Look, if you know it's gonna tack on $2 or $3, a 30-cent spread doesn't matter, but I don't know it's gonna do that. Ooh, TGTX. What's the next low looking left? 160, 745. Oh, I guess it opened. So UPH, yeah, UPH opened. But it got halted immediately. So UPH opened and it immediately gapped down. So it got halted on the way down now. Huya, HUYA, another China stock, guys, on the way up here. Pretty big float for a $3 stock. Over three. Next high looking left though is 322. That's pretty close. Well, again, if I know that ACLX is going to, keep adding $1 every minute, the spread doesn't matter, but I don't know that. And as you said, $300 million deal with Guild. Boy, Billy is still strong, guys. BILI, still strong. Okay, Zach, there's the curve. Little bit. It got down to that low and then it popped right back up. All right, well, the low here, this is the pre-market low for CURV earnings play. The low is 336 in the pre-market. And it's an all-time low. It's not showing up. Oh, here's an interesting one, guys. So ENSC. Look at the gap. Look left. I think that's right. Yeah, there's a big, big gap. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the gap is 227. So it's sitting at 119 right now. Probably a low float, super low float, 1.5 million in the float. So that's what traders are looking at right now is that gap. The volume is picking up. Definitely watching this one. I want to see what it does right around this level here, just because of that potential gap. So UPH resumed. DAKT, this was a big one from yesterday, I think on the short side. Yeah. So this is trying to come back. Also, DAKT, guys, it's above yesterday's high, 216. The next high is 281. Problem is you're chasing it right now. It'd be nice if it just sort of, rested just a bit. Boy, I mean, this you got to watch this, guys. This ENSC, just because of it's above the pre-market high, and just because it's got this big, big gap. Very low float though, 1.5 million in the float. Boy, MM doesn't want to quit. Holy smokes, it just got halted on the way up again. Never took this one, guys. Not in this one at all, unfortunately. All right, guys, this ENSC is, I just wish it weren't so extended on the 15s right now. Well, I mentioned the Hoo-Yah. Man, where's this going? I mean, oh, finally, ERAS, guys, ERAS just showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be, of course, but ERAS, ERAS. Looks like this has got some room. I mean, I think the low there is 606. Man, if it can take out six, I mean, the next low is down here at 549, I believe. Might be giving up too much though. Okay, so the Michigan sentiment numbers were a little higher than consensus, I guess. I'm sorry, guys. Internal discussion. I'm just following here. Okay. All right. So the ENSC is trying to hold the VWAP. Okay. VWAP is up 115, trying to hold the VWAP. I think if we can get back into the 120s, maybe 122 or so, may have a bit of a run. And again, let me get the daily chart. That has a more dramatic look to it. When you see that gap, resuming AMA, wow, just absolutely rippage here. Just ridiculous. Just got halted again. And Momo keeps momenting up. Holy smokes! Look at this one. Just second day continuation off earnings. Had an upgrade also this morning. I don't think curve triggered for me. CURV. No. All right, guys. I'm kind of liking the way the ENSC is holding the VWAP. Holding the VWAP. And again, the only reason I'm interested is because of this potential void fill. Okay, that's it. That's it. I mean, it may not, it may stop right now and keep going down, but I will know about it if it gets into the 122s. Was there actually news on Momo? I mean, Momo had earnings yesterday, but and had an upgrade by Morgan Stanley, target 9. Okay, but was there other news? There was a bunch of yeah, there were a bunch of upgrades. And it's funny, Momo has not won one race here. No, there's the MM. Of course, it's still in a halt. It's still been halted. My guess is that most people cannot short this one. Zach may be able to, but most of us cannot probably short AMAM. Well, there's no question about who does it. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman, even Wedbush. We've seen some interesting ones from Wedbush. While you were gone, Goldman had a couple of upgrades, and especially this one, FDMT. Not just an upgrade, but a price target of 68. And they did that right here, or this day, I think, when it was $15. And, I mean, it had the big pop up to the 25. It's just sort of resting here. And yeah, another halt for AMAM. Unbelievable. One stinking share for me. 670%. That's what I see as a fee rate for at Interactive Brokers anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, that is ENSC. Well, there you go. I mean, AMAM has won 4 races, guys. Now the CLRO still looks interesting. Low float, double the float already traded, almost. But to back this out, where is any resistance for CLRO? Because again, it's a low float. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 157. I mean, that's kind of close, I guess. Hmm. ENSC is just, trying, but I'm holding out, guys. I'm holding out for this little 122 doesn't mean if it hits 122, I'm going to take the trade, but I do want to know about it. I like the way it's holding that VWAP so far. But again, more importantly, it's all about the daily chart with that gap, that big, big gap. ERAs. Now I just broke down below 6. ERAS. All right, guys, I'm definitely interested in ERAs. This is showing that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and it's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows. And just got spready. And it's got a little bit of room. This EGY 423 is the next low looking left from 448. Yeah, para now over 19. Yeah, somebody mentioned that one earlier on that break right there. Beautiful. All right, guys, I'm just going to make the announcement again that we will be going to a Discord room January 3rd. This is a link to get into the room. Now, if you already have a Discord account, you probably know how to get in and all that, but there is the link to get into the room. It looks very similar. You'll see my screen. You can pop the video out. Here are the tabs that you're used to, just not, they're just in a row as opposed to columns, but there's a specific stock, general market, TI questions. Those are the 3 tabs that you're used to, okay? I think you have to click on my name twice or something, and that gets you into the room. So again, I encourage you to start going into the room because January 3rd, that's what we'll be, that's where we will be. Yeah, this room will go away. It's going to be replaced by, again, it's exactly the same. It's just a matter of, getting into it. And everybody tells me the resolution, audio is better. Good grief. AMAM just got halted resumed, but got halted immediately. Oh yeah, I saw. I actually had, I was trying to get it at 212 or 211, where it was halted before it got halted, of course. And now CLRO, guys. Now that one, remembering I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, but that one I was able to get some. Now we'll see what happens out of this halt. Usually the first halt's okay. And they did have some news about settling global legal disputes. So Ben, are you talking about the Discord room? First of all, you can actually do an invite yourself if you're in. So if you want to do that, sure. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with this boring ENSC. It's just compared to the other ones. So waiting to see if it gets up to 122. MRIN had news this morning. MRIN had some news this morning. I think after the company announced, oh yeah, this is the Walmart deal. You know, used to be when you said these little companies doing something with Walmart or Costco, used to be gold, but haven't really seen that lately. You know, you get the pop in the pre-market or after hours, that's when it happened. But once the market opens, certainly not. And that, it's only 15 million in the float. 15 million have traded. I mean, it's up 48%. Don't get me wrong. It is up 48%. But that gap basically happened after hours yesterday. Yeah, I shouldn't get, unless it drops down below 140, I'm okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, indicating 160. Well, we'll see. I've got my hand on the sell button, believe me. And now it just popped up, back up a little bit. But what time is it now? It's 10:14, 10:19. Sorry, yeah, 10:19 plus 37 seconds. So a little over a minute if it's a 5-minute halt. If it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting. In about 30 seconds, this is going to open. So I've got my order all set up to sell if it just sinks like a stone. So, okay, 7 seconds, 7 seconds, 7 seconds. Done. Okay. All right. Took some out. Took some out. What kind of holding? Just waiting to see if we can get back over that halt price of 188. And I'm talking about the CLRO. Come on, take out 188 again. And I'm talking about the CLRO. That's where it got halted at 188. Let's see if it takes it out again. Hmm. Okay, okay, ENSC. Okay, I'm out of it now, guys. I'm out completely of the CLRO. I may get back in if it gets back over 188, but I was hoping for a pop over the halt price, which was right here, and it didn't do it yet anyway. So I'm completely out of it. Didn't do too badly on it, but all right. Now let's see. Take a look at this ENSC. See if it a couple of bottoming tails. So the VWAP kind of held. A couple of bottoming tails. Sellers tried. Okay, well, hey, listen, it did pop over the 188. No, we're still going to run the route. We're still going to have a YouTube room. What do you ask? Are we still going to have a YouTube room? Yeah, still have a YouTube room. For those few who want to see or head into YouTube, certainly not very many, but it doesn't take much for me to monitor it. So, yeah, Carvana, yeah, CVNA just got halted, guys. CVNA just got halted. So this is a comeback kid here. 670, 650, sorry, 719 is the next high looking left. This could get interesting. This could get interesting, guys. I mean, this is just bottom picking here. I mean, or bottom fishing, I guess. Yeah, yeah. If you're happy with YouTube, you can stay there for sure. So here's WBD, guys. So it's moving with Paramount. Okay. WBD and Paramount. Boy, this just doesn't, I mean, this has been halted how many times now? We don't even have the number of halts because sometimes when a stock gets halted almost immediately on the resumption and it's halted, but there it is. I mean, 5, 6, 7 times. AM. 7 races it won. Remember yesterday, the one that was won all those races was PVHS. Now, interestingly, wow, it even got up to the 200. I'll bet that people yesterday, when they had this stock yesterday, never in a million years thought, I wonder if it could get up to the 200-day moving average the next day. Look at that. 264, 264, when the stock is sitting at 40 cents. In this day and age, it's amazing, that there was no leak whatsoever that this was going to happen. You don't see any sort of a pop at all over the last month. Nothing. Okay, this is pretty whippy now. This SMMT, I was watching it fall down to that 320, and then it just popped right back up, and it is halted on that circuit breaker. Volatility halt. If you're unfamiliar with what's happening here, all this halts resumes. The brief explanation: if a stock moves too much, in other words, an accelerated move, it'll get halted, usually for 5 minutes. There's a sort of a pause, and then it'll resume. If it's not 5 minutes, usually it's a multiple of five. So if it's not five, then it'll be 10. Okay, I did see this one yesterday, HARP. Saw right at the end because it was just almost touching one. HARP, HARP, Harpoon Therapeutics. And continuation today. Pretty low float, 17 million in the float, not a ton of volume. 13 times normal for it. Yeah, ENSC is, I mean, out of nowhere, something could happen. So that's why I'm not going to give up on it. So Carvana just started again. So Wall Street Journal saying no bankruptcy. Yeah, that PHVS is not completely over and done with, is it? Because look where it got to. Right up here. There's that, as Todd was mentioning, there's the pre-market high of 10.95. The high yesterday was 11.94, so it got within $1 in the pre-market of that high of yesterday. And volume coming in. Okay, guys. So AMAM, I mean, it dropped, but it has not like catastrophically dropped. It's up to $3, 267, and it's still hanging in at that 200-day moving average, 264. And it just got halted again, right? Got halted. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It resumed. I'm sorry. It resumed. AMAM resumed. Oh, it's got halted again. So it got halted on that pop up. Yep. Whew. And now Summit SMMT is challenging that 4 level again. SMMT. All right, so I'm just going to forget about the ENSC. I still have an alert set for the 122, 123 mark, but it's just not dynamic enough. So I'll reset it maybe later on. Well, that's what I like to hear, MP2, MP the second. I got Discord figured out. It's much better, high resolution, and half a second faster compared to the Pro Trading Room stream. Love it. So listen, anybody, you can go into Discord now and you can just treat it just like you're treating this room, like the main room. Okay. Here are your tabs. I'm monitoring the room. I know it's still, I didn't even want to call it in test phase anymore. I mean, if you're in the room, you can use, if just get used to using Discord because that's what you'll be using January 3rd on. Ugh, got halted again. CVNA guys. Wow. I did not take it. I did not take that one. Thought about it, but I did not take it. Oh man, look at Zuo. Zuo is just kind of like the ANSC, but look at Zuo, guys. So this was an earnings play on the 6th, got hammered down, trying to come back. Look at the room Zuo's got. $7, next high looking left, holding the VWAP at 610. Zuo, ZUO looks pretty tasty. I keep thinking this is a China stock. It's not, in theory, it's not. SMMT is just a real tough one. Real tough one. Look at this topping tail, got up to 416 and right back down here, 381. Really, really choppy one to try to trade. So Falcon to get in, I don't know if it's searchable yet. I should ask Scott. I don't know if our trade ideas, the trade ideas trading room, I'm not sure it's searchable yet, but here is a link. Okay. It will be Steve today. Yes. Ah, wow. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't know that. Well, that might be a stretch, but we'll see. All right, guys. ZUO is starting to move just a little bit. It's just all about the void, okay? All about the gap. Well, remember, I mean, I know you're sort of kidding, but their AG never triggered, so there's no excuse. You know, the trigger point was what, 960 or something? 964? Never triggered. So it's not like it's just a non-trade. And that's exactly what he'll say. It was a non-trade. The email lays it out when the suggested entry, and it never hit that. Oh boy, I feel foolish for not ever being in this one. So halted again. AMAM. This is probably one of the more startling ones we've seen in a long time. I mean, we've seen ones that are up to 300% in the day. I can't remember seeing one that has started way under a dollar and that kept going. Not for a long time. I'm not saying, obviously, there probably has been some, but not like this. And 8 races now, it's one. So guys, wow, 10:39 already. Going by quickly. You know, this ERAs is getting it may not be that as exciting as some of these other things we're seeing, but it is steadily moving down now, guys. I had this one here. Didn't There was the alert on the 10-day daily breakdown. There's only one alert so far, 614 for the era at basically 959. So it's inching its way down. All right. Well, again, it is 10:40, so I'm a little bit late in talking about my homepage. So let me get started. Oh, I'm just going to put them in the Discord room also. Okay, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This will give you an idea about how much it costs. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and standard on an annual basis. Premium annual is 2,000. Standard is 1,000, less the 15%. Big difference is the AI. AI had a couple of great days in a row. The Domo is interesting on a short. I'm actually watching that one. You don't have to take out an annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard premium, 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to take on an annual, though, we will honor the 15%. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do this. The Let's Get Started runs you through the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. They're about 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be today. Um, it's free, of course. Trade of the week. So as was mentioned, the trade of the week this week was AG, and it did not trigger. There's when you get this is a free service. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's laid out in the email. There's a suggested entry price, and in this particular case, I think it was around 960 or so, 964 for AG. Never hit it. So in other words, it's not a bad trade. It's just a non-trade. All the education is here. Great user guide. So there's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what all about TI stock racing. Okay, you don't have to. I mean, obviously there are other things that you probably want to learn about later on. How to put a price alert on a chart. Maybe put some sound alerts on your individual windows, so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. But absolutely know what an alert window is, top list window is, and what stock racing is. And afterwards, you can take a look at other aspects of the guide. Here's that getting started. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over. Now, you YouTubers may not like this because I think what we're going to do is we will now maybe it's possible he can do it concurrently, but what we're going to do is create a tab in here called 12 to 1. And then, the other whoever is on board for today is not going to happen today, but in January, whoever is taking over for me will actually just click on the 12 to 1 tab. And then you guys who are already in Discord can just click on that tab and there you are. You don't have to go over to YouTube. So today anyway is Steve, I will verify that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve Gomez today. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, not a third party, okay? And again, this is a great free resource. If you're new to trading, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Short videos, but I think it's a great, again, if you're brand new to trading, I wish I had something like that when I was doing this. All right, my scans. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. I would really encourage you to try my pre-market actives up and down. These are top list windows, okay? The reason I say that is that we probably get 10 to 15 emails a week saying, I'm using something in the pre-market. This symbol didn't show up. How come? And when I see those emails, I check to see whether or not it showed up in my pre-market actives up or down. And I can honestly say I can't think of one time where it didn't. So it might be something that some filter you're using or that is blocking it. So I would, I've been doing this, I've been using this format probably for 10 years. You've heard me talk about the Halts resumes. This is the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. So I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So if you are going to take out a subscription, really appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then my promo code. The room will get credit for that. The room is free. And yes, I do get a little piece of it. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, save my link, my homepage link, and then use this promo code. But also, saving my link, you can always look at my scans anytime you want. And also, this education, what I've tried to do is I've tried to put most of the things that I think most people want to know about trade ideas right there in that one link. So you don't have to go to our homepage and try to figure out where anything is. Okay. Oh, eras, guys. Look at this one go now. All right. It was a bit tricky because the spread was, but once it got rolling underneath that six again, okay, guys. So first of all, just generally about trade ideas, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. A lot of screeners out there, guys. A lot of screeners. And I'll explain the difference. But we are a scanner. We are a screener and a scanner. So I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. I've got a lot of scans here. Also here, meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Hmm. Well, let me try to figure out why that's happening for you, Raz. No luck joining Discord room with the link. Okay. Anyway, what I would do is I would go through these different channels. I'm not going to go into any detail like I normally do, but you can go through these different theme-based channels. You can, if you like a scan in there, you can extract it from the layout and make it part of your layout. Okay. And of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. You right click configure. Now, my scans and any scan that you see in the channel bar, if you just right click configure and then click on summary, it's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. So this is why I don't get too many alerts in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. Why? Because current volume's got to be at least 8. I mean, so it's trading at least 8 times normal. And also, it's got to be at least up 40 cents from the open. And it's got to be above, well, above that, at the high of the 10-day range, above it actually. But it's this one right there, the current volume of 8. That restricts a lot of stocks coming in, but that's what I want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search, these are all the real-time, real-time alerts that we have, real-time alerts. But we're at the top here, new highs and new lows. And then if I scroll down, this is the screening aspect, the filters. Okay. Don't get hung up on how many we have. We had to have a lot because company decided when they started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they created a lot of alerts, a lot of filters. The absolute majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. But as I say, I'm sharing my scans. We have a lot of scans in our doc channel book. Okay, these guys just got a European patent, I guess, EKSO. Okay, so I'm wondering, I don't, Pepe, I don't want to have to rely on you all the time, but somebody said they use my link and it says network connectivity limited, loading, loading, loading. And they used my, the link that I've been handing out for Discord. All right, well, maybe this is next on the hit parade, guys. Another sub like that started right at 40 cents, just like the AMAM. It's a low float. Maybe this one is going to do something crazy. I mean, it already has. It's up 107%. So it came out of the halt. What did it get halted at? Got halted at 82 cents. Oh man, okay. There's the 200-day moving average at 10, well, basically a dollar. So I can almost guarantee that what traders are looking at right now is, could this be another AMAM? I'm not saying it's going to do what an AMAM is doing, but it's got that it's got that look. But let's see if it gets back over a dollar again. I'm sticking an alert at around $1.06. The only difference is that 200-day moving average for the AMAM, that was around 260. Now powered right through that, but it started at 40 cents also. Now, also, AMAM had some news. I don't know if this has any news. There we go, Barracuda. I see harp. Okay, so somebody's posted in our. Come on, guys, don't be shy. Come on over. Once you get in, once we figure out, there are people that for whatever reason seem to struggle to get in, to no fault of their own. But one nice thing about it, I think, anyway, to get into the room here, I know you've got to click on, you got to go to our home site. You've got to click on the TI login, trading room, etc. So there are a bunch of steps you have to do. As I understand it, all you have to do is, I guess, save the Discord link, and you're in, and then maybe click the rocket emoji, and that's it. So I think it's a little more seamless once you get used to it. I believe it, Cam. I have faith in you. So why don't you post something in the general market talk, just so I can see where you are. All right, guys, Zuo is starting to move just a little bit. ZUO, starting to move just a little bit. Can't mute my audio for some reason. Hmm. No, I mean, obviously you can just click the sound icon in in your computer. I mean, that's what I do typically, but and that mutes everything, of course. But what? You mean if you click, hmm, must be about, oh yeah, that's way, well, YouTube is okay. To me, it's just sort of, if you're not interested in really interacting with other traders, um, YouTube is fine. You just want to hear me, but there is a delay. Yeah, this is the link I'm giving out for for our Discord room. Okay, Drora. Okay, check my bit rate. Video quality. I've seen that. And that would be in, and you're talking right here, right? Voice and maybe you're not talking there. I know I've seen that bit rate. I know I've seen it somewhere. Enter the audio channel. How do I get rid of this? I don't want to see this all the time. It covers stuff up. Where's that audio channel you're talking about? Ah, okay. How about that? So where's my audio channel? Ah, okay. And then where do I go? Edit? Oh, I see. I see. There's your bit rate 64. So what does that mean? Does that mean I should lower this to get more people in? But what will that do if I did that? So you're saying if I lower this, if I lower that, if I it's a slider. If I lower this, it's going to allow. But what will happen to the general? Like what will happen on my end then? So that might be the reason, Raz. You might have a slower connection. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, let's move it. So 64 was the default. Okay, I'll move it down to, I don't know, 52. See what happens. 64 was the default. Now I have to remember how I got there. Right click trading room. All right, save the changes. Let's see what happens. Yeah, yeah, you don't have to pay. No, it's a Discord is free. The room is free. Room is still free. Come on, Zuo. I'm in the Zuo, guys, now. I decided to seems to be facing okay. So I'm in at 617. See if it has any sort of run in it. I'm just looking left. That's all I'm looking at. $7 is the next high. Not saying it's getting there, but all right. I see you did a little test, Randy. Okay, you figured out how to mute by clicking on the headphone icon lower left beside your name. Good. Okay. Here's another one, guys. So Love had earnings on the 7th. That was a couple days ago. Okay. Bad reaction right there. But kind of see if it can take out 20, may not happen, 2043, which is the high of a couple of days ago. Then you look at this void, potential void fill 23. I mean, it's having a nice couple of days coming back from its earnings. Here is. Yeah, so we're getting into, if you took this eras from that 10-day daily breakdown, the next low looks like it's around 549. Okay, so still has some room to go if it wants to. Look at the histogram, just fading, fading, fading. Bearish candles, vastly greater ratio than the bullish candles so far. Only one on this, guys. Only one happened today. Eras. That's it on the 10-day daily breakdown. And look at it go now. I didn't get in at 614. You know me. I'm always going to wait for a six for the whole number break. But now this is turning into a great little percentage move. All right. Well, let's take a look on the MM. I have a question in our Discord room about the float for AMAM. Well, we have 36 million. Okay. So I don't know where you're getting that, but I can check another website that actually tracks different flow, different websites to see what the float is, what they're saying the float is anyway. So let's just take a look. All right, so all over the place. So Yahoo has 14 million, Finviz is 5.5, Ameritrade 5.5, and typically it looks like we have the same provider that provides for the Wall Street Journal, because I noticed there, there's a 3669, 3669. Okay. Now, what is right? Sometimes it's awfully hard to know when you get these really cheap ones. Okay. But certainly I would question 270 million. Okay. I would question that. I don't know where you're getting that information from. Yeah, but that I mean that is a huge magnitude of difference, right? I mean, even at the high, well, this is the high end of 36. So I would say TC 2000 probably isn't right. Oof, I saw this Acer earlier. Wow, that's a great. Zach, I almost feel like we're back into the low float mania again. I mean, sort of Captain Obvious, but we're getting some good follow through now on some of these really cheap low floaters. Oh, this Eras is just turning out to be a great short, and no problem getting it too. I wasn't sure about the uptick rule. Any news in this one? ERAS out licenses its mid-stage cancer program to Novartis. I guess the market doesn't like that. So they're paying Novartis, yeah, big companies, 20 million. Oh, I say an 80 million and okay. Market doesn't like that right now anyway. I may even put a price restriction max on this. I'm finding that the ones under $10 are by far better than the ones that are in the 30s and 20s. And I'm just finding because I find that the ones that are in the 20s and 30s, they can be a little more whippy. Up to you, of course, but I may put a max price of $10 on these. Acer guys, Acer just was talking about this one. So Acer on the move here, low float, 12.5 million in the float. So another low float situation. Histogram is going crazy high now. Volume is picking up. I know it's showing up on your topping scan, Zach. Actually, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. That's for the ACER. Zuo, come on. I thought it would, once it got into the 20s, I thought it might run. So I'm gonna have to watch the Zuo right now, ZUO. I'm in at 617, so it's a little bit under. Pick, you think pick is going to be a, well, it's got a ways to go. This is sort of that Disney stock, right? PHVS, take a look at PHVS again. Maybe. I mean, it got over 10 a couple of times. It is making higher lows. And another halt or a resumption, sorry, for AMAM. Maybe is this it? Is this going to be it now for this crazy stock? Okay, so now this one is trying to hold a VWAP, maybe CLRO. There's the VWAP at 155. So it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, or it's sitting on it anyway, whether it holds or not. But if it holds it and it starts to move, maybe it gets over 171 or so, the high of that previous 15-minute candle, that could get it running again a bit. And that's the CLRO. All right, guys, I took myself out of the ZUO. Took a little loss on the ZUO. I'll take a look at it later if it gets back into the 620s. Trying to hold the VWAP, but just don't like the way it's trading. So if it gets into 621 or to 621, I'll definitely look at it again. But the volume is just, dwindling. It's a big float, 122 million and only 352,000 shares. But I kind of got interested just because of the gap fill, potential gap fill. Thought maybe it could inch its way up, but didn't do it. Okay, guys, just following an internal discussion. Wow, this turned out to be a sensational short, guys. Way more than I thought. Look at this thing just crater its way down. ERAS. When I say sensational short, I mean on a percentage basis, it's just really worked well. And of course, another halt or a resumption now for AMAN. Another resumption. If this pops over 3 again, it could get a run. So I am going to put an alert around 316, just see what happens and see if it just pops over 3 again, because it did get up to 442. So we'll see. Right now it doesn't look good, but you never know. Get some volume coming back in, or maybe it has to get right back down to the VWAP. Shoot, Domo. I was saying about Domo on in the AI. Yeah, not bad. 1768, 17. That's on a short. So those of you who are in YouTube right now, or YouTube in Discord right now, when I drop that bit rate down, did that make any difference to there's resolution or anything, audio quality? Are you kidding me? This got halted on the way up. AMAM. I was actually looking to take this right about here, 320, but I don't know where it's going to open now. It just got halted a little bit on the way up. No change? Okay. I don't know what his speed is. I don't know. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. We're talking about you, Raz. I don't really know how to help. That's the problem. Everybody's computer. Well, not everybody, but there are all sorts of different configurations out there. And for some reason, certain computer configurations just block you from doing certain things. And maybe in Discord, I don't know the ins and outs of Discord and why. Wow, look at eras. I'm sorry, guys. This is actually semi-exciting for me. After toying around with the Zuo, missing out on the AMAM, but this is turning out to be a really, really nice short. And you can see right here. So the way this is broken down is what the DR means is don't repeat. So this tells me the first time the alert happened for eras, it was at 9:59. The price was 6:14. What happens over here is every time it would make a new low, I see it. But why I like this, of course, is that I can just click on this and I say, okay, what did it do from there? Well, I can see over here that it kept moving down. And it's the same principle on this one, on the daily breakout. These are stocks going higher. So I can click on this like Momo. Okay, 753. I had an alert from Momo at 753 at 9:35 the time. What did it do from there? Well, pretty good. It's at $9. I don't think this one really rocked. 25.25. What did it get up to? Not really. Nope. And of course, what do you want to say about the AMAM? Right there, $2 up to 442. The Acer moved a little bit. 210 got up to 230. Yeah, so Raz, as somebody is saying, it could be your router or a firewall issue, if applicable. Almost impossible for us to know though. why you can't get into the Discord room using the link is good. Ija, you were talking about API yesterday, right? Yeah, not bad. It got up to 384, a big sell-off though. Right back down to 328. And that's why you have a stop, guys. You know, I didn't want to get stubborn about the ZUO. No, not going to get stubborn about it at all. Get out and move on. This would have turned into a lot bigger loss if I just said, it's going to come back. All right, I do not see where AMAM is going to open. I don't see any significant price. So 1122, 1127 plus 32 seconds. Now, there we go, just opened. And it just got hot. Well, I thought I was going to get halted again. So it's still just underneath 3. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Waiting to see if it has another 3 break. Talking about the AMAM. Very risky, of course. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it's going to take out 3 anytime soon anyway. Okay, well, I've got my alert set just over 3. See if it happens, I'll know about it. All right, guys, just going to make sure it is going to be in our YouTube room. And it is going to be Steve. Okay, so it will be Steve in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I'm going to again see where there is some support for this eras, maybe support. 523 looks like the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So I should know that. So getting close to, I haven't taken any off yet, but getting close because of that 523. Well, if you can believe the histograms too for AM, I mean, the bearish candles are far greater than the bullish candles ratio wise. You can just see how that just has dwindled. So the smaller the bar, the greater is the ratio between bearish candles to bullish candlestick patterns. And of course, it got halted on the way down, AM. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, as I said with the eras, I've taken some off. That 520 a little close, so I've taken some off, covered some of that short. 592 down to 540. So I'll hold on a little bit to see if it has one more move down. If not, I'm out completely. All right, well, Silver Trust. Okay, so this is moving up. So that's why AG was moving up, I guess, earlier. Yeah. Even if it triggers, I think what Steve says, if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, then it does still it becomes a non-event. But you can ask him that. Okay, this just started trading. JEWL just started to trade. Okay, wow. Okay, now this is one of the better ones. So Casa Cam, I can't remember who alerted us. I think it was Casa. So Jewel just started to trade, guys. Now, when I say one of the better ones, we've seen a lot of these, and this one I had already had. Now I have 7 million. You said 2.45 at 450, so the price is about the same. But notice that the price where it's halted at is way above where it, in theory, where it was, going to open the IPO price. So that means there's some enthusiasm. Okay. We haven't seen something like this for a while on these really cheap ones. That was you, Casa. Right. Okay. Originally, it was going to be 7 million because I don't even know when I put this one in. This is probably weeks ago. So now it gets interesting. Meanwhile, Momo keeps momenting its way up. The next high looking left on the weekly anyway is about $10. Held the VWAP 881 or so. 862 is the VWAP, so held it. What's the market doing? So NASDAQ's up, Dow's up a little. So basically the market's flat. Momo guys, yeah, look, okay. So you're looking for 10? Again, on the weekly chart, 9.99. Special, 9.99 is the high on that weekly chart back over here on the 28th of February, that week of. SO short triggered. Let's take a look at SO from Shady. SO short trigger. Okay, so coming into the VWAP, 68.34. Okay, I guess prudent to see what it does there. It's right at the VWAP. So guys, this was happening here. Look at Momo making new high after new high. Remember this one from yesterday got hammered. EIGR. So this is on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the daily. So trying to come back a bit, I guess. Well, not much. Okay. I thought it was a little more. The high yesterday was 153, but hammered down yesterday. Whew. Boy, that's an ugly looking 15-minute chart for a firm. AFRM. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart for this. This is ugly. Ugly. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yesterday, remember this one? DSGN. This was another great short for a while, and then it bounced. DSGN. And now this is starting to move down. This was not an earnings play. Trying to figure out why did this move down? I can't remember why this moved down. DSGN. I mean, it was a $15 stock, $13 stock, hammered, basically almost cut in half. Can't quite remember what happened to this one. Okay, trial results. Okay, that's what happened. So obviously not good. Whatever their trial results were, the market didn't like it. So that's what happened to that one yesterday. Whoa, ERA is another leg down. I mean, I took some out at 540. Now the fun begins. If it can take a 5, let me just take another look. I never thought it would get this low. Yeah, so 521, so it's right at that low, right at that low, which is 523, and then 489 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Wow. You know, some stock I've never even I think I've seen the symbol before, but probably not in months, maybe years. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, there it is. So Jewel is a 10-minute halter. I think it just resumed, didn't it? And then it just pulled right back. Oh, I see what you're saying. It was a 10-minute. Actually, it was a little more than a 10-minute. Yeah, so 11:35. So it was almost an 11-minute halter. Kind of strange. All right, 11:47. So I am just waiting for, well, Steve will be in the room in about 10 minutes or so. Oh, Domo, Major Domo, guys. Look at Domo now from the AI. AI's had some pretty interesting, ones that are in that under 20 range. Ooh, okay. Maybe AMAM is not over yet, guys. So this just got halted on the way up. I'm going to be taking my break soon. I'm full of them, China. What was the catalyst on eras? What I read, and obviously the market didn't like this. It out. Okay, obviously that's a misprint, but out licenses its mid-stage cancer program to Novartis. It raises 100 million via equity. So, that's it. Okay, so it's basically done a financing, but 650, so it's way underneath. I didn't know that at the time, but well, I guess all we can do is maybe it's an overreaction, but certainly taking advantage of it right now. Yeah, well, when I had my weekly chart out, it looked like 489. 489 is the next low looking left on a weekly chart. But I love it, one alert. That's it. One alert from that 10-day daily breakdown. Hey, give me one moment, please. The BXRX had a big move in the pre-market. Let me take a look at BXRX again. Yeah, but the market opened and yeah, just really disappointing actually. However, it is through the 200-day moving sorry, it is through the VWAP. VWAP is 566, so it is through the VWAP. So hey, maybe it'll start to move even more. I mean, the high in the pre-market was 7 something. So it certainly has room. 730. That's what traders could be looking at. It did have some news, but it was like, phase 2 starting. Meanwhile, I've got the pig grunt. This is for my sound alert here. Actions, and that it is the pig, and it's just grunting over and over and over again every time this makes a new low. Eras. And how steady was it? I mean, look from when it finally took out 6. I mean, it's been basically straight down with hardly any move up. Rory, haven't seen you for a while. Okay, a little resumption for AMAM guys. AMAM resumed. And what did it do? My Google device started talking at me. It was 5 minutes. 149.30, 154.34. So that was 5 minutes. Okay. So Jewel is halted again. Yes, it's halted again. And what I'm going to do, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm going to put an alert at 11.99. That's the high of the day, and see later on if it just pops through that. Now, it doesn't look good because here's the halt, 977. Here's the projected open way down here. But we've seen this time and again. Stock, one of these crazy low float IPOs. They take out the high of the day at some point and they can rip. So That's what I'm going to do. Just put an alert up here if it happens. Great. All right, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Steve is going to be soon into our YouTube room. And make sure I have it muted. Okay. Okay, so Jewel resumed. Jewel resumed. Wow, here is now through underneath 5. And design DSGN is mentioned this right about here. So it is starting to wend its way down also. The low yesterday, 691. And I don't know what the record is, guys, but we must be approaching some kind of a record. AM halted again. I seem to remember a stock being halted about 15 or 20 times. I can't tell you when that happened, but I think we're getting close with the AM. 24, okay. Okay, BXRX, guys. BXRX is now starting. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Somebody mentioned it just, and I was saying, well, it held the VWAP, starting to pop off the VWAP, and the high in the pre-market, 729. All right. Hey, there you are, Steve. I hear the little ping.
I am here. Hello. Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
That's okay. You're here in body. Are you here in spirit?
Yes, I am ready
Okay.
to go.
Are you ready to go? Now, can you go to 1?
Sure. Yes, I can. Let me make sure I got my screen visual.
As always, I can always come earlier. So if you do have something to do.
Nah, maybe 5 minutes earlier. There is some meeting I'm supposed to go with Skip and Scott, but it's not.
Okay.
I'm not leading it, so it's no big deal. But
Alrighty.
enjoy your time off.
I
Happy
will.
Friday.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Steve.
See ya.
We'll talk to you later.
Hey, everybody. Looks like you can see my screen and hear my voice. Talk about PHVS. Not sure if that was directed towards me or Barry before I came on. Quite a day yesterday, but today it's really hard to gauge what to do with something like that. That's for sure. Anyway, hello everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to my desktop. I heard Barry mentioning the trade of the week AG earlier. It has not triggered. What is up with these charts? I'm gonna have to reset connection again. All right, AG. Yeah, this is the trade of the week, but it never triggered above here on the blue line. It's just been going back and forth. I'm in a starter position. I'm actually bidding a little bit more right there. So if that blue line alert goes off at 9:30, I'm bidding some more at that level. Kind of turning this trade into an anticipation trade, especially when I look around and I see silver having a pretty strong day here. Not only that, it's broken free from its 200-day moving average. I know I talk a lot about silver when I come on here, but I've been a silver bull fundamentally for a while, but finally silver's starting to confirm the story technically on the charts. And so what we've got here is kind of a nice breakaway with silver, and PSLV is the fund that I use. And AG is a mining company. That's a little different than the actual commodity, but you can see it's just winding up and coiling here, right? And we've got this 50-day moving average really starting to bring up their bottom. I'm anticipating kind of a breakout here, so I'm go ahead and I am acquiring shares and creating a position. Again, I'm not going to. I'm already in a little bit. I'm not going to chase that green, but I've got a bid sitting there at 9:30. Might get hit while we speak, and I'm just trying to establish an anticipatory position here. That's a pretty darn good looking consolidation. And if you're a silver miner and you see silver, the commodity, running pretty hard the last few days here, definitely confirming a technical breakout, then I think it's a pretty good assumption that this thing might try to make a move. But that's the trade of the week. And yeah, technically it did not break out. But as you can hear in my voice, I'm still playing it. Probably just was a bit early in that call. And I am accumulating some shares here in this congestion zone. 5 cents more, and I might get a little addition there at 9:30 on a bid. But anyway, hello Patrick. Took a day trade in AG and just sold it. I forgot to look at FSM too. Can't get too overweight in this stuff. I'm already disgustingly overweight in silver, but you see FSM is doing its thing, whereas AG is not. So I really feel like there's some pent-up demand in this AG. We'll see what happens next week. Over the weekend can always be interesting in the silver market. But I'm longer term in this stuff. You know, in my 401k, instead of cash, I've got a lot of PSLV instead of the US dollar, which brings me to the US dollar. Forgot to mention. Let's take a look at that. That's a real key to the puzzle here on the silver and the precious metals. So the US dollar lost its 50-day moving average right there, and it has not recovered since. So the general health of the US dollar is now under the 50-day. And you can see it attack the 200-day. I'm using UUP. This is an ETF. It's a basket of the dollar versus many currencies, not just one pair, the Dixie. But this is close enough to the Dixie. UUP is what I can bring in. But technically, it's giving us a really interesting look here. Defended the 200-day, but it's getting pinched. I call that the pinch play. The fast moving average is coming down on top of it to pinch it into the slower 200-day. And I'll tell you what, guys, if we wake up on Monday and we find out that the 200-day has given way and the dollar is dropping and gapping below this 200-day, that would be huge, huge for gold and silver. So the UUP, the dollar, is getting basically literally painted into a corner here. As you can see, there's the corner, and something's going to have to resolve here with this this dollar. So that's the kind of stuff I'm looking at. What else? I'm in beat. I sold a little bit of that yesterday. I might have telegraphed that purchase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I might have talked about that purchase last time I was on. So I like this company. I like the product they've come out with. I think there's a story out there going on right now. There's a lot of people kind of worried about their cardiac health, and the chart has to confirm the story in my book. And so I've been in and out of this thing, but now I've got a pretty solid entry. I love the entry I took. Nice 2 or 3 day pullback. I leaned on this 10 SMA I talk about a lot. Probably took it at the close that day when it looked like it was a nice close right at the 10 SMA, and literally no pain from the entry point on this BEAT. I did sell 1/5. I sold 20% yesterday around there just because it got above and I feel like I have to take some off, but I'm going to hold on to this. I feel like this is a story that could be developing. It's a new company. It's a new product. It's getting patents left and right. And I just think there's something developing out there. I was in blue for a few days, but decided to cut it. I'll show you why. Okay, so I bought blue actually on that second day pullback, added to it on this day here. And then yesterday, it just didn't get going. So I sold blue at the close yesterday. The only reason I was in this thing was because of the high short float. However, biotechnology, I am not comfortable holding biotechnology very long overnight. It's kind of one of my rules. So I ditched this one hard and fast when it did not close on highs yesterday. Basically was looking for a short squeeze. The squeeze did not happen, and I'm glad I got out. What else am I in? I'm in some AG. We talked about that. Trying to add to that here at 9:30. In beat, we just looked at that one. Sold blue. I really don't have a whole lot going on right now. Cash and PSLV as well. I do have a little bit of MindMed. It's a really speculative play down here. Also, speaking of a pinch, I'm just kind of watching to see if this under $3 stock that's been going sideways for a while, if this thing can pop back above the 50-day moving average and close above it, I'm going to add to this position. But right now, it's under pressure, and it's just kind of a placeholder position for me. So I'm not really doing a whole lot. I'm not extremely active. There's a Fed coming up here next week. Again, I'm positioned well in silver. I'm just kind of liking the way silver is developing. So it's been a long year, been in and out of it. But the chart is back to confirming my thesis where it wasn't back here. So that was a tough sled. Just trying to figure out what the hell I was missing that the market wasn't. But it seems like everything's kind of coming back into play here on my silver thesis. So hello, what do you guys want to talk about? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm looking at. If we look at the major indexes here, we came off a PPI, Producer Price Index report this morning. Didn't really do a whole lot for us. However, I see here in the moment we're at an interesting inflection point. You see the sellers showing up here at the 5-day moving average on the S&P. Let's see how the NASDAQ lines up with that. Okay, NASDAQ's just barely breaking through its 5-day moving average. On the daily chart, we're just kind of in no man's land. There's a definite trend. There's a definite, range that we've got working here now. I think probably best to look at this market as a range-bound market for the moment. Moving averages are just getting twisted around. We're above the 50 still. So, I mean, technically speaking, the NASDAQ is still healthy, but we've got this 200-day moving average to defend with. The S&P is above its 50, still kind of healthy, but just I think a lot of people are waiting to see again what the Fed is going to want to do, and it just makes it tough to position yourself ahead of a Fed call. Number one, to be on the right side of the call, and number two, to be on the right side of the reaction of the call. There's that PSLV. Really, silver's really starting to make a move here today. Number one performing sector, silver and gold. I wonder if I'm going to get a pullback. Nope, doesn't look like it. And that AG to buy some more there. I'll just leave that in there at 9:30 and be patient. But yeah, it's a Friday. It feels pretty slow out there. Holiday. I know a lot of people think seasonally that we should be getting that Santa Claus rally, the holiday rally that we normally get, a low volume drift higher. And it does often happen, but there's no guarantee it's going to happen again this year. You just have to be in the right stuff. So I'll monitor the chat window here on YouTube, and we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. We'll look at whatever you want to look at. Looking at some of these high short float percentage plays, not really doing a whole lot. Rocket Mortgage could be interesting. I think I mentioned that last time. Everybody's probably bearish on mortgages right now, and geez, I don't know. It's a tough one. 36% short the float, but it's really pinned under its 200-day right there. The sellers could easily regain control of that one, even though it has a high short float. That's rolling over. That one had a good squeeze the other day, but it's given it all back. These short squeezes, if they do happen, they don't last for very long. That's for sure. Blue, we talked about that. I tried to buy this pullback in blue right here and quickly got out the very next day. Just didn't bounce the way I wanted it to. I expected a move. I expected a short squeeze, and did not get that. And as I go through this scan, usually the stuff in the dark green at the top is interesting to me because they have the highest short float. Anyway, all right. Hello, Mike C. What's going on? Got your question answered, Patrick. All good. So yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about on this Friday. You know, I'm filling in for Andy. We switched yesterday on a whim. I had to reboot my computer so I don't have full days of race results in here. But if we go through, we just look for stuff that's holding its 10-period moving average. Anything that starts to break it, not interested in. That's the way I look at it. A beautiful example right there. BXRX gapped up sideways for an hour and a half. And look at what forced the issue higher. So if you're using these races for day trading ideas, that's the moment in time right there that you want to imprint on. Let's go back in time, right? So you're watching this thing. It's gapped up. It's not pulling in. It's sideways, but it can't go sideways forever when these 10 SMAs come up underneath. So these are the areas in which you want to consider taking an entry for a day trade momentum scalp. And as soon as that moving average touches that, look at that, boom, it was gone. Get yourself a nice little day trade pop. You day traded AMAM. Halted at the moment. It looks like you picked a nasty one, huh? Depository receipts. Definitely good volume. Definitely moving on that one. Yeah, that one's on the race. We saw that there. So it's currently halted right on its moving average. That's interesting. Hopefully, if you're still in that, hopefully it opens up for you in the right direction. I might get that AG nibble. I'm just calling that in addition to what I already have. Only because I'm watching silver take off, guys, and watching some of these other silver stocks. This thing can't go sideways forever. So I'm kind of building an anticipatory position. And it is the trade of the week. However, the trade of the week is waiting for, I should say, a trigger above this 960 level here, 67, 68. But I'm not waiting around. I've watched this pullback again, and I've been kind of nibbling on this pullback as it holds higher lows. So I'm full on anticipation mode on this one. I would like to get a little bit more shares here at this 930 pullback, and then just wait, be patient. In and out before the first halt. Okay, that's good. It's like sticking your hands in before the The paper cutter cuts them off, pull them back out. Poor Carvana. Let's look at these other ones. There's AMOM still. No, it looks like it opened back up just below the 10 there. I don't like this race as much as I like this one, the relative strength. Biggest gainers from open never really seems to have as much interesting stuff on there. I'll share this one, by the way, if anybody's curious. This race, Chris made this one, and it basically uses just Bollinger Bands, stuff that's pushing its Bollinger Bands. A Bollinger Band race. Seem to find the most active and relevant names on this one throughout the day. And just kind of a caveat on, using this 15-minute chart and the touching of the 10 SMA for entries, all right? It works best in the first half of the day, all right? We are smack dab in the middle of lunchtime right now, East Coast. And I start to lose confidence as you get later in the day on these pullbacks and these 10 SMA touches. They work best like an hour after the open. But then once we get into that second half of the day, people are already trying to take profits on the stuff they got earlier. And the buying doesn't continue to really show up as well as it does as the first half of the day. So just keep that in mind. If you're using this 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, it works best in the first half of the day, because once we hit lunchtime, you've got everybody that's starting to take look for an exit strategy to book their profits, and the momentum starts to die down. It's very difficult to get a multi-day momentum move in this market. All right, guys, window's open if you have any questions about the product or charts or trading or configurations. It's a really slow-paced day today. S&Ps, as I said, we're finding sellers here at the 5-day, to be expected. So just a little bit of chop and congestion midday on a Friday. Here we go. I'm close to getting my bid. For a few hundred more of this guy. There we go. And there's my fill. Okay. All good. So if anybody in here is a wallflower and shy, now's the time to speak up and get some help. I'm certainly available to you. No question is too basic There are questions that are too complex for me, however, but there's no question that's too basic. Silver and steel, still the strongest on the day. Look at these semiconductors. This is a big one. You know, this is something really to keep an eye on as a tell for the market in general, okay? Semis are obviously a giant component of NASDAQ and tech, but look at how this 200-day moving average is just a real brick wall for the moment. So, you know, if you're waiting for a cue to get really bullish this market and look at this sell-off that we've had as the worst of it is behind us, we're in a holding pattern right here to see what's going to happen. I'll tell you what, if we get a couple days of closes below this, above this 200-day moving average and the SMH is here going forward, this could be a early signal that the tech sell-off is maybe behind us. This is really the last hurdle that would be needed. So if we look at a sector top-down approach, this is an interesting tell. We're at the crossroads here for semiconductors, that's for sure. Hey, Scott, I'm in Pacific time zone, California, San Diego, which in my opinion is the best time zone for trading because I'm an early morning guy. And sometimes when the light's strong in the spring and summer, I like to go play golf in the afternoon. So it's a great time zone to be trading in. So if the times are messed up for you, I'm on 3 hours behind New York. And silver taking a little breather here. UUP perfectly correlated, green bar and UUP and the dollar, red bar and silver. Oh, you're in San Diego too, huh, Patrick? Yeah, it is nice. These early days are killing me, though. I hate it. As soon as the market closes, I just want to go sit in the sun for 10 to 15 minutes and get some vitamin D. Probably could have got a better price, but that's okay. Yeah, that's cool, Patrick. I didn't know you were in the same town. Yeah, the spider's really having a tough time with that 5-day SMA. Oh yeah, it's getting close to that 10 SMA. I just didn't think we get that deep of a pullback. But again, I'm not scalping. I'm establishing a position for the bigger picture here on the daily chart. I fully kind of hoping to get something like that coming out of this saucer bottom, really defined bottom with defined month of consolidation here. Something's got to give. So I'm a swing trader, so you know these intraday red ticks, they don't bother me as much. I'm just constantly using the daily charts, paying close attention to the closing candles. That's right, Mike. See, I need to keep the sun going. I didn't get enough in Cabo. It's an interesting observation, Patrick. Miners usually putting in their lows around the day at 11 Pacific, 11:30 Pacific. Interesting. GDX has slipped, that's for sure. Pretty good red candle there. But GDX as well, kind of like those semiconductors, guys, really battling this 200-day moving average. Barely closed above the 200-day and then dropped back into the zone, picked up the 10-day moving average, and now it's trying again to get above this 200-day. So very interesting sector view as well on that one. I played a little Carvana the other day, but it was literally a day trade. I wasn't going to take that thing home overnight. Bellwether Apple trying to hold up. Another silver miner, Pan Am, silver pause. Nice little congestion there on the daily. I think that's a great looking chart as well. But again, I don't know how much of my silver bias creeps into that, but I get excited when the charts start confirming the bias. I'll be the first to admit I'm biased. Yeah, these moving averages are getting really twisted there. In the we got the 10, the 20, and the 200 all within 8 cents on this AG. But yeah, when it comes to silver miners, AG and Pan Am are two of the bigger names. But just like in gold, Newmont is one of the bigger names. That's a nice looking chart as well. Look at that on the daily, just really hugging and holding that 10 SMA. That's why I like to enter a lot of trades on the pullback of that SMA, like I did in Beat, which I'm still in 80% of. Again, if you missed it, my entry on Beat was this day right there. So looking for strong stocks, never chase, never be this person. You're just waiting for the reversion to the mean. But keep an eye on these things, set price alerts, look for levels. And then when they go off, maybe watch them. But at the close, that doji day right there on the close was just sweet. And it did exactly what I expected it to do. Unlike blue, right? Blue doing that close on that green bar there yesterday, 2 days ago, excuse me. I entered, and then yesterday it did nothing but just sold off and closed on lows. I took that as a sign that said it's not doing what I expected it to do and got out. Wouldn't you know it, saved me some headache and hassle today. But as far as beat went, that particular entry was a good one. 1, 2, 3 days of pullback, hold the 10 SMA, and then boom, push off and close with some green. So now it's had 4 or 5 days of good green. I took some off yesterday. Still kind of a core position for me, so I'm going to just let this thing chop around for a few more days, and maybe this 10 SMA will start to catch up. But when you start to get the moving averages fanning out like that, that's a very strong sign that momentum is intact. Nice setup. I just wish it wasn't so late in the day for this RLMD. So, again, just like the daily chart, the 15-minute chart gives me the same look. I'd like to think that you could lean on that and bid into it. And if you're wrong, you have a very small margin of error or a margin of loss, as opposed to chasing up here when you're wrong. You have a larger margin of risk. But again, as we start to get later in the day, I trust these intraday setups less and less. I guess Costco had earnings. They're talking about raising their membership. All right, guys, the chat window's open. Anybody wants to take us in any direction, we can do that. So there's that AG starting to nestle into the 10 SMA, Patrick. Again, it all depends on your time frame. If you're looking for a scalp, maybe that works. Again, we're in the second half of the day. It could just get a little sloppy down here, but I have a time frame that is much bigger. I'm looking at this chart over here, and I'm looking to just park my money in some of this stuff and hope that I can get a break out of that consolidation in a strong sector that's warming up now, and a pretty nice defined bottom there, saucer bottom if you want. But as long as the commodity silver is moving higher, then the chances of a mining company like AG, First Majestic, or PAS, Pan American, the more likely they are to follow suit and break out. So got some nice looking patterns on the dailies for some of these things. PAS was a mess back here, big sell-off after earnings and a big rebound. But now it's starting to shape up again and give us a semblance of order. Guys, give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back in 3 minutes, and then I'll answer your question, Pete, about Costco. Hang on 1 second. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. So yeah, Peter, what do you think about Costco raising membership prices may help stock? Lots of members. My family is a member of Costco. We'll probably pay the increase. It's worth it to us. It's probably the right move for them because you do have a lot of loyal customers who will pay that. Just going off of my mentality. They can't keep those cheap hot dogs and pizza slices low, forever. So this is one of the ways in which I'm sure they're trying to mitigate rising prices and inflation without trying to raise the actual sticker price too much. So it's not going to affect me and my wife. We'll still shop there and stock up on a lot of items there. Probably the right move for them. So again, if we look at the chart, let the chart try and help us confirm the story. Good reaction to earnings. Okay, initially gap down, but anytime you've got a gap down after earnings and then it just trades right back up, that kind of tells us that earnings were priced in and the reaction was more important than the actual opening price or the headline numbers of their earnings. So today's action is definitely constructive. But in the bigger picture, look at all these big hurdles. They're under the 50. So generally speaking, it's not healthy if it's under its 50-day. The 200-day is a giant flat line right up here, the 20 and the 10. So it's got a lot of work to do, but at least you've got earnings behind you now. They've obviously dropped the trial balloon of helping to increase revenues with increased membership fees, and I think that looks like the uh, market embraced that positively. So that would be my take on that, Peter. I know I'm not going anywhere. It may even have a little extra oomph to it, again, because it's coming off of earnings. So even though it's midday, it still may have some more push behind it. But I'm a longer term player. Let's check in on AG here, 3 cents below my entry ad. And now that moving average is coming up underneath. It's above its 5-day. Look at the 5-day moving average yesterday in AG. This is why I use that blue line. Remember, it's 130 periods on a 15-minute chart, gives us a perfect 5-day moving average. And it just comes into play a lot of times. It was coming into play earlier in the S&P. Let's see how that's resolving. All right, now we're getting kind of a pinch play here. We're getting that pinch where you've got the 10 SMA holding the bottom and the 5-day up top, and we're painting into a corner. So these are the kind of setups that you can look at throughout the day. And if you're thinking, gosh, has this market got something or has it got nothing? Well, if it breaks back above this pinch play here in the corner and starts trading above that 5-day, well, that could be an early tell that there's still more strength in this market than some people might realize. It's all these are areas of interest to kind of help you shape your decisions on what you want to do. Again, the NASDAQ already made it through that little pinch and it's moving higher. So the NASDAQ's probably going to drag the S&P higher. Those SMHs we looked at too were very interesting on the daily. Keep an eye if we get a close above these 200-day on the SMH semiconductor sector. That could really spark some renewed interest in technology in the NASDAQ. A lot of these races are currently sitting there on their moving averages. Got that RMD. This one, Acer, challenging its 10 SMA here. But again, I'll just reiterate, I don't trust these setups right here as much as I do in the early morning. I don't trust them as much here in the midday. That's a great looking setup right there, but it's too bad it didn't happen earlier in the day. In my opinion, that's when momentum seems to want to follow through. We got 3 more minutes until the next 15-minute candle or 15-minute moving average is drawn. We're probably going to settle in right here. That's why I kind of used that eyeball level right around there. Anyhow, I'll get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. So this is basically the range here. Now we got the 50-day moving average bringing up AG. I like that. I think the 50-day moving average is probably going to be the one that forces the issue. So again, I'm feeling confident in this one. That's why I averaged into it. Bought a little bit more there at 9:30 on the bid. I knew I'd be talking to you guys, so I just threw that out there and see what would happen. Where to go see trading halted stocks? Okay, good question, Peter. Super interesting. I mean, super simple answer. Okay. And everybody can make one of these. It's so simple. Just new alert window, start from scratch, grab a halt, add that alert and enable it, and grab a resume, add that alert, enable it. All you need are halt, resume. You don't need any filters or anything else. And when you do that, you're going to get a window that's going to show you all the halts and resume. So AMAM is resumed. That was the last thing to resume. And look, we talked about that earlier. It's moving under its moving average now. Second half of the day, things are getting sloppy. People are looking to take profits. It's hard to get momentum. But if we go back to history here, Peter, and we look at today, you'll see every single thing that happened in a halt and resume today. So I will go ahead and put that back on live real time, and I will share that with you and anybody else who wants it. It's just a simple halt resume scanner. There you go. Yeah, it looks like AG is going to hold that level, hopefully. 25, 26 level. Be an interesting weekend over 2 days over the weekend in the dollar. Anything can happen, but again, I'll highlight that. It's major pinch play going on here with the 200 support, the 10 SMA momentum coming down on top. How is this dollar ETF going to resolve itself? And if it resolves itself to the downside, well, you can be darn sure that's going to be a catalyst that's going to kick these gold and silver stocks to the next level. It's a big if, but looks like it's going to at least challenge. I could be very easily wrong, and the dollar holds this 200-day moving average like a foundational stone and moves back up higher, and all the silver plays start to erode. That could happen too. There's no guarantees in this stuff. Hello, Iris. Sure. AI calling new symbols. How do you stop it? So we just bring up the AI panel, strategy trades, and from the trades window, to turn off that sound, you want to right click and go to actions. Right click actions and then turn off play sound. That's all you need to do. And then, so it doesn't happen to you tomorrow, go ahead and file save your layout as default layout. So once you make that change, if you remember to save your layout, then that change will stick and you don't have to do it all over again. All right, guys, I'll be here another 10 minutes or so. If you got any more questions for me, now's the time. It is a slow December Friday. You can feel it in the market and the participation. Okay, so Iris, it must be something else that's not the AI. The only other thing I can think of is you've got something else going on that's not the AI that you've got turned on. If you want all of the audio turned off, just universally, you probably want to come up here to this speaker toggle and click and put a mute through there. So that'll mute everything until you can figure out what it is exactly that's talking. One of your alerts could be talking. You could have a duplicate window. You just have to figure out which one is making the sound. A couple questions just popped in here. How do you rename a scan? Good question. So if I want to take the A table here and rename it short squeeze, you go to configure, you go to summary, and then you can change the, I'm just going to change it right now. It's not really the configuration that I had when I started it. So this one's now the short squeeze scan. That's how easy it is to change. All right. What should I be looking for at the end of the day swing trading? Brian, I like to find things again. I'll go back to my entry in beat that I'm currently long. I like to find things that are strong, but if you wait and you bide your time, there it is. Perfect. I nailed it. This was the entry. This is beautiful. It's above all moving averages. You've got a nice push higher, and then to be expected, a couple, 2 3 days, 2.5 days of pullback. But at the end of the day, if you can find things that are strong, that have pulled back 2 or 3 days and are resting right on their rising 10-day SMA, those are good entries. Those are my favorite swing entry types. We've been talking a lot about AG. This is a complete anticipation trade. I need this thing to go. It's not really showing us anything, but it's an anticipation based on the rest of the sector and what the actual commodity itself is doing. So I've mentioned a lot of times I like to wait till the end of the day to see how the candle is shaping up, see how it looks, because looking at a candle midday can look completely different by the time you get to the end of the day. So I try not to chase breakouts, Brian. You chase a 3 or 4 green bar breakout, you might be happy for a couple hours, and then by the end of the day, you're holding the bag as everybody who was in position correctly are taking their profits and paying themselves. So it's really about being as contrarian as you possibly can. And that means not chasing green candles. It means looking for setups. Like, again, the one I got beat there a couple days ago. Perfect. Just imprint on that daily chart right there. That's a beauty. So that one's working for me. I let it work. And then I waited for it to break out yesterday. And then I took 1/5 profit off on this breakout. I'm not really looking to get in and get out of this one. I'm looking to kind of build a core position and fade out and then just kind of hold a smaller size for a longer term. So yeah, good. Hope that resonated with you. Yeah, Iris, the speaker icon will definitely turn off whatever it was, but hopefully you found the actual scan that it was. Barry.
Wow, that mic.
What about it? Which one? Whose mic?
My mic.
Your mic?
The sensitivity of my mic is incredible. I mean,
It,
all I did was, I mean, I can hardly hear it myself.
well, I've got earphone. I got headphones on, so that helps.
Oh, I know. So it's funny, I hear you talking about how you don't like taking trades later on in the day, and I actually really love them. I probably have more success taking trades from, I don't know, maybe 1:30 on
Hmm.
until 3, just because maybe this is because of the stuff that I follow, because a lot of the stuff that I follow, of course, have had this craziness at the beginning of the day, and then they just sort of seem to level out, and then all of a sudden, traders get excited about them again, and that's when they can take off later on in the day. And yeah, I'm actually completely the opposite of you.
Yeah. And it's a great example of how there's no one right way to do it. And it's an art
Exactly,
form. It's an art form, and
exactly.
it's just what works best for you.
Hmm. Like look at AMA, look at AMAM. I don't know what's going to
Right.
happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. But for me, if this gets over 3 again, I mean, I think it could have another run. And so I've got a price alert set just over $3 or
Hmm.
so. And if it happens, great. If it doesn't, I just obviously walk away from it. And it doesn't mean if it hits 3, I'm going to take the trade. But I just have this feeling, that if it gets over $3, it could have another late day run. I mean, it got up to 444. You know how traders are. They
Yeah.
just look at this stuff, and especially
Yep.
if the volume picks up. So I it's yeah, but you're absolutely right. There is no, because we get it all the time. What is the best strategy to use? There's no
Yeah.
answer to that.
Do-
Zero answer to that.
there is zero answer because there's zero context as to what
Exactly.
time frame and risk and experience level and all that stuff. Let's see, Jamie. Somebody's asking, yeah, is there an end of day scan? I don't have an end of day scan, but I do have the one scan that I call the jam down to the 10, and what it does is it shows me stuff that went down to the 10 SMA, usually on the open or at some point during the day. Then you could take this scan and then you could just look at the end of the day and see if it's closing in a way in which you like. Doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff on here today, but I don't have a scan per se, Jamie, that's going to look for end of day stuff. It's not to say that something couldn't be built. Obviously, you want to see something that's been up the last 5 or 10 days, positive percent, but maybe in the last 2 or 3 days, a bit of a pullback, but currently resting right at or on a 10 SMA. It's probably not that hard to build. I mean, if you wanted help with it, Jamie Lee, you could send in a support ticket to info@trade-itis.com, and I could help you work on that together. But it could just be like a top list at the end of the day where you just go down a top list and you're looking for things that have been strong over the last 5 or 10 days, but have given some back today or the last 2 days and are resting right at that 10 SMA. And that scan could show you all the stocks that are in the general vicinity of right resting on that 10 SMA. So it can be done. I just don't have one off the shelf to give you. There's probably a lot of ideas on there too, more than I'd care to want to chase. I just kind of use that setup for things that I'm watching, things I'm keeping an eye on, short list of names I like to get in and get out of. But I would be happy to help you with if you want help on that, Jamie Lee. I heard you were swing trading something, Barry. How'd that work out?
Yeah, my 3-day swing trade of G triple I, it worked out okay. That was,
Ah, good.
yeah, I'm out of it now, but yeah, I got in around a couple days ago, 3 days ago. I got out of it basically yesterday.
I kind of thought about
Yeah.
doing that with Carvana, but I was just too scared of like overnight lenders and bankruptcies and things like
Oh
that.
yeah, that's a well. What got me into this one is one of the guys in the room, William. He said that didn't realize it, but the CEO 3 days ago or 4 days ago bought $3 million worth of stock at 12.50. So this is after it slammed down
Oh
on
wow,
earnings.
yeah.
And I thought, okay, well, hey, if he's that excited about it, and so basically I just waited for it to take out the high of that 1362, which was the high of the day it had
Hmm.
earnings,
Hmm.
waited for that, and then I took the trade and yeah, got up to what, 14,
Yeah.
1484. I mean, I didn't get out right at the top, but yeah, it wasn't too bad considering I'm not a swing trader.
Hindsight, that's a pretty big reversal candle yesterday too.
Exactly. Exactly. But what do you think of just picking your? Oh, you've got to go, right? You've got to go to your
Oh,
meeting.
you can ask me what do I think of what?
BBW, okay, it's an all-time high. I know you don't maybe like the all-time highs, but had earnings. You can see the day it had earnings, the big gap up,
Jeez.
just kind of resting. And I actually swung this one a couple of days too, a few days ago, and but I'm intrigued by it. It
Who would
just,
have thought
it's
Build-A-Bear would be so
yeah.
popular? That's a very strong pattern. I almost call that the train is leaving the station pattern, or an ascending wedge, other people call that. It wants
Hmm.
nothing to do with a pullback or even sideways action. It's just like trying to creep away. It's a very,
Yeah.
very strong pattern. Eventually they'll give way, but for now, very strong. Yeah, not a huge short float either. It's not a giant squeeze.
No.
I guess just
But low
low
float,
float,
13 and a half
13
million in the
million.
float.
Yeah.
So that's the only issue, but it is a lifetime high now,
Wonder what the story
discounting, of
is
course,
there.
the
That's
pre-market
crazy.
high.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we have them in Canada. I don't even know what they
Who
do.
would have
I mean,
thought
I
that
know
a
it's
vending machine where you stuff a bear full of stuffing would be so popular?
what did they do?
They,
Say that again.
well, I'll tell you, Build-A-Bear Workshops, a multi-channel retailer, interactive.
Oh, I'm
You
reading.
you
I'm
choose
reading,
you
but
you choose you choose the skin of the bear you want, and then you actually get to stick the pipe in it and fluff it full of feathers or whatever it is so you take part in building the bear. It's not just purchased off a shelf.
so like
So
a teddy bear.
it's a teddy bear, but it's an interactive experience for kids and
Okay.
family.
Oh,
So
who knew,
yeah,
as you say, who knew there'd be a
who knew
business like that?
that would thrive in this economy?
Exactly. Okay, well,
Interesting.
yeah, definitely not in Canada. I've never heard of, I mean, I've seen the symbol before, but I've never heard of that company before. Certainly not in Canada.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, I better run to the next meeting.
Okay, have a great weekend, Steve.
Thanks. See you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, I am back in both rooms now. Let me get my music started. Oh, here, another cheap one halted. Infobird. Wonder what they do. Make birds. Infobird. Customer relationship management cloud-based services. All right. Anyway, that's halted. IFBD. All right, something's happened here with my race. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, I forgot to. There we go. Thank you, Pepe. Something's happened here to my race. I keep watching this MBLY. This is I think it's an all-time. No, yeah, this is an all-time high. It's an earnings play from a couple of days ago, I believe. Yeah, December 7th. So a few days ago, and an all-time high. They're a little bit choppy though. Spread isn't great. And what has happened? What's happened to my race here? Well, of course, the Eras was a great short, and I should have turned around and gone long it, but I didn't. But obviously, out of that short, all the way down, man, all the way down to 469. My original short was at 592. Took some off at 540. Waited on that break underneath 5, and then as I started crawling up towards 5, I got out. Well, I haven't seen this happen before. I've seen a pause every now and then, but I know I could probably get it running again if there we go. Another super cheap one, guys. Another sub $1. HTGM up 156%. And moving. They announced their next event and it's RNA. Just reading the headline. It is RNA profiling and drug discovery. So that is their news, such as it is. It is a crazy one from back in the day. You're right, Ija. I'm amazed it's still trading on NASDAQ, with that share price. In fact, it just got halted now. HTGM just got halted. And here's another MDJH just got halted. Okay, I've seen this one before. No volume. So not very much volume on this one, this MDJH. I have a filter for my Halts resumes, minimum of 20,000 shares. So it's just sneaking in now. Peter, I'm surprised you asked about how to find Halts resumes. I know you've been in the room a long time, but we talk about Halts resumes all the time, and it's one of the scans I am sharing. Boy, this is another one, guys. It's just almost at an all-time low. ESPR, almost an all-time low. At the big down day a couple of days ago, this was up at $8, now down to $5, almost $9, almost cut in half in 2 days and change, 2.5 days. And while I was on my break, I just saw what happened to BXRX. That was messy. Look at this. How messy was that? Hey guys, maybe a little moment of truth time for Billy. It's right at the VWAP, 25.49. 25.49 is the VWAP, so there it is, right at the VWAP. Now, my only issue is, looks like there could be some support right around 25.32 or so. That's my only issue with it. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were more a straight shot all the way down here to the 24.50 mark. So that prevents me from taking that short if it takes out that VWAP, just because I think this could hold it. I could be completely wrong, of course, but you are real happy. You are in. Test worked. Guys, I'm going to be repeating this ad nauseum over the next 3 weeks. We are going to be moving to Discord, to a Discord trading room. Okay. You want to try it out right now? The room is active right now. I'm monitoring both rooms now. But January 3rd, which is the first trading day in the new year, and basically the same. Okay. You're going to see my screen the same way. The tabs, instead of being on the top here, they're going to be on the side. Same tabs, specific stock, general market, TI questions. Okay. Same as these. Okay. And you'll be able to pop the video out and resize it anywhere you want. And again, oh, hi, Real. You're real happy. Excellent. So I will, I'll figure out how to make you a mod if you want. I know there's a way. And as everybody said, the screen resolution is probably better than, I don't think there was anything really wrong with the Pro Trading Room, but it seems to be better. And also the audio comes through a little bit better. So a lot of pluses. And there's the MDJH guys. MDJH just resumed, and HTGM just resumed also. Big volume came in to HTGM, so it's traded the float now, 8.29 in the float, 8.4 has traded, so it has traded the float. Okay. I think if you, all you have to do, either you find my name, double click on my name, and that should start. Okay, there's the trading room. I think somebody said if you just double click my name, well, there is the screen sharing right there, Grumpy. There's definitely screen sharing. People are seeing it, but I think if you double click my name, right, Pepe? You have to write all this down. Okay, so 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 double click left or right, probably right or left, double click, and then then you should see the screen sharing. Okay, or right click. Where does it say watch stream though? Here. Yeah, here's my name. So you said to right click and select watch stream. Not here, obviously. Must be somewhere else. But left double, I like the left double. That seems easy. Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. That's the problem, I don't see some of the things that you guys see. Ah, there's that little, I know you just mentioned this one. You just mentioned this one, Zach, CJJD. I forgot to bring it up. And there it is. There it is, CJJD on the move here. I'm speaking in Discord as well, yes? Okay, guys, so this CJJD did not halt. I was surprised. I thought I might get halted. Another low float situation, China stock, low float. Not a lot of volume, 21 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume. Even rent is getting into the act again, guys. Had earnings yesterday. Yeah, the reaction was yesterday, released on the 7th after hours. So there's a reaction. And then follow through today. Follow through today for rent. Well, you're the only one that says no improvement in resolution. So I don't know what to say, Grumpy. Yeah, it does look like the AM is over. It does look like it's over. I was really kind of hoping out or holding out that it would just keep basing and basing and basing for a while, and then somehow it pop through 3 on volume and get running again, but it doesn't look like it's going to do that. Well, you can pop out the video. Okay, I don't have it, but I guess there's a little box in the right-hand corner of the stream, little box with an up arrow. That's what Pepe said. And if you click on that, that pops the video out. And then you can put it anywhere you want and size it, etc. I just don't have it, I guess, because I am streaming. Rent, guys, rent is just ripping again. Okay, Grumpy, well then you can go to YouTube for the rest of your life. That's okay, because we're going to Discord. So sorry you feel that way, but as per your name, I should have expected that. Um, a rent on the move here. Erna, that's the one. So yeah, yesterday I was looking for Erna. Was it over 6 or 5? What was the price? Yeah, 5. Ah, shoot, waiting on this one yesterday for a 514 break. You know, I'm sorry, I was waiting for a 5 break yesterday. It didn't really happen. And now this is because I looked at that nice gap potential fill. It just didn't happen yesterday. Lost sight of it. I forgot to heart it. Forgot to heart it. Well, you can always join in, Mike. You can always join in and talk. You got ideas? Well, this is the link. This is the link to get into the room. If you've never been in Discord before, and you have to create what they're going to ask you for your email. Give them so you give your email, then they'll send you an email, and I guess then you respond to it, and to make sure you're not a I don't know. I don't know. I didn't have. I did it all a long time ago, so I can't really remember what I had to do, but then you do it one time. That's it. And then I gave you the invite link. You go there, and then you just double left click on my name, and then you should start to see the streaming, and you'll see the tabs. Here are the tabs. Whoops. Yeah, I've got to navigate through this too. Just give me a moment. There we go. Oh, I just had to scroll down a little bit more. So there are the tabs, the same tabs: specific stock, general market, TI questions. The only difference is it's in a column as opposed to a row like this. That's the only real difference. Now, Scott created a little how-to. Might have to update that. But again, we've got 3 weeks, guys, okay, before I make before the switch is in effect. Complete switch is in effect. I haven't seen KTRA at all today, I don't think. No, that was Zach's. Yeah, oh my goodness. How did I not see this one? Ah, the relative volume is 1.6. Most of my scans, it has to be at least 2. What a run is right. Holy smokes. Are you still in that one, Zach? I know you. Man, what a run. You're absolutely right. I mean, I thought this one was semi over, but it had another nice couple of days and now today. And that's the KTRA. This isn't, I thought it was be an all-time high, but it is not. I know you were talking about, yeah, swinging this one, Zach, way back here, I think. So what's going on? I should be able to click on that pending, but nothing is showing up. I was able to do it before. Again, I have to learn this too. So look at Acer, guys. I mean, that held that 200, that VWAP. I keep saying the 200-day. It held the VWAP pretty well, and now it's bouncing. It's popping. ACER. Doesn't appear to be a way to pop it out. So I'm just waiting for your negativity. Maybe, maybe PHVS, guys. PHVS. Keep an eye on this one. It's approaching 10 again. I like the histogram action. It's approaching 10 again. This was the wild one from yesterday. Yeah, careful, Grumpy. You know what I'll do to you again. So just careful, okay? I do not like your tone at all. Yeah, what are you, Discord expert? Yes, he is, okay? Definitely keep an eye on the. I put an alert for PHVS at somewhere over 10, guys, just in case it takes out 10 again. It did get up to almost $11 pre-market and chopping around, a lot of bottoming tails. Of course, had the huge day yesterday. Yes, so Denver, I think what you have to do is double click on my name, okay? Double left click on my name, and then you should see my screen. So here's my name up here. So if you double left click, you should start to see my screen. Okay. Obviously, that's something I'm going to have to absolutely maybe in a help section or something. That seems to be the obvious thing to add. Okay, guys, it's 1:30. I think I'll do my video right now. It shouldn't take me too long. Do my video. Time is it right now? 1:30. Certainly by 1:45. I'm sure it'll be sooner, but just in case I screw it up the first time, I have to do a couple of takes. I haven't had to do that for a while, but you never know. So 1:45 should be back by 1:45 p.m. ET. Okay. So I'll mute myself, and now all three rooms That's a heck of an idea. I didn't know that. APC, are you saying, because I 100% agree, are you saying that I can have these tabs at the top here? I mean, it makes sense that I can. Is that what you mean? Instead of down the side, because you're right. I mean, by the time they scroll down to see all this, so you're saying I can have these like that. I can have the tabs at the top. Like if I do this, that work? But I notice that TI questions, the minute you ask a question, I see it moves up here. So Pepe, do you know the answer to that also? Can we have the tabs instead of as a row, as a I'm sorry, instead of as a column, as a row on top, so it's obvious where they are, as opposed to people having to scroll down. And I'm pretty sure it can block all this, right? Yeah, we got a lot of people, you know what, definitely people coming in, so that's good, trying it. I don't think there's any official sale of menu. I don't think so. No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think so. So ATVI, of course, all sorts of action on it yesterday regarding Microsoft and antitrust and all that. I can drag, you can drag the streaming channel. See, well, somebody was saying, so I guess he was thinking that if you could do it, that's where it should be. I agree, you know, have the tabs, have these tabs somehow up here. So when that's the first thing they see. Now, there must be a way in which I can, you know, not have all this here, because you're right, because how are people going to know that this exists if all of a sudden we've got 300, 400 people in the room and they have to scroll all the way down? So I must be able to, just drag the streaming channel and place it at the bottom of the list. I got my work to do. Anyway, look at Activision, guys. Activision, yeah. So after yesterday's, so this is all, oh, let me get rid of the announcement. Well, that I do know. That I do know. Yes. I mean, I know I can, I thought it made sense just to have them the same way as I had them in the room. This is annoying as heck. I think I know what you said, but now all of a sudden I get all this. So how do I collapse this? Well, I know. You're talking about the, yes, I mean, I know there's a left arrow. Pepe told me the same thing. There's a left arrow. Oh, you see, here's a chat going too. Okay, okay. That worked. Okay. I don't know how to pop it out. That's the thing. You guys seem to have a little square over here with an arrow, and that pops it out for you guys. See, this is what I see. Oh, down here. Perfecto. Okay, cool. Thank you. And then I can just minimize it. Okay, thank you, Shady. That helps. Okay, next step. How do I get rid of this list of people here? Right there. How do I get rid of that so I don't see them? So that this is at the top. So Pepe. Trading room live. Room. So I don't have a right arrow here. Move to the left, left, left. Don't see a right arrow. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. There's got to be a big fact FAQ somewhere that I can figure that out. The other left? Must be frustrating. You're watching what I'm doing and I can't figure out where this arrow is. All right, guys. Okay, a down chevron. I did see the down chevron. Okay, let me try it one more time. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. I'm getting a little confused here, so just give me a moment. Okay, success. Thank you. That was easy. Collapse category. I'm going to have to write that down. I'll look at what you're talking about, Shady, but at least now, yeah, so now it's simple enough to see these tabs without having everybody who's in the room on top of that. Okay. And is that what other people see? That only does it on my screen. Oh, okay. Okay. Shady's saying one thing and Peppy, you're referring to something else. Well, Pepe says yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. So that only affected me by my doing the collapse. Oh, can't even remember where I did it. Or right up here, trade ideas, live room, collapse all categories. So I collapse the category. Okay, so that helped me. You guys would have to, well, I don't know if you guys even have that option. So now Shady is telling me, okay, let me create a new channel. Okay. Can I create a new category here? Edit category or collapse all categories. So I must have to, I don't know how to create a category. I'm sorry. I know how to create a channel. Aha. Okay, right at the top, like you said. Okay, create a category. Okay, new category. What are we going to call this? Shady? I'll call it shady okay. Okay, so now I'm going to create the category. Now what? And guys, I apologize for those of you looking to trade. I'm definitely learning curve for me, understanding what Discord's all about. We're going to be doing this, making the switch in 3 weeks. Incredible that we've got some very great people trying to help me. It's otherwise, well, I guess I could go to a FAQ, but only find out where that is. Where I created shady. I just can't see where it is. Man. Keep an eye on the AM guys still. Okay, it may not be over. I still think, I mean, if it held the VWAP, okay, it did hold the I mean, it got all the way down to 2. Okay, along the left-hand side somewhere. There you are. Okay. Okay, so now drag that category to the bottom of list on left. So it's already here. Okay. Okay, so there it is. There you are, Shady. Now what? You never know with this AM, guys. I mean, if it takes out 3 in any sort of way. Now drag the trading room, the one with all the names right there, and drag it to the new category. Okay, that didn't do it. Okay. I should make one of you guys a mod or something. You come in and just do it. So you want me to take this trading room and drag it, drag it, drag it, and then to do what? Somehow put it into the shady here? Because it doesn't seem to want to do that. I release it and nothing happens. Well, again, we got 3 weeks. Okay. Well, I think what we're trying to achieve is so that when anybody comes into the room, they don't see the list of they don't see the list of people that they immediately just see this, so they don't have to scroll down to see the discussion channels. I think that's what we're trying to achieve. Well, if you're talking to me, Pepe, whoops, there's the AM guys. Could be getting interesting. All I would really care about is that when people come into the room, that they see these tabs right off the bat, that they don't have to scroll down through a whole bunch of stuff in order to see these tabs. So they know exactly there's the three tabs that people are used to. That's really all I care about. You know, they've got the TI questions. I suppose that could be at the beginning, but just so that when they come into the room, there's not a whole list of people that they have to scroll down in order to see this. But now I've really screwed it up. Wait a minute, discussion channels. Okay, there we are. Back. I'm going to hire one of you guys to come into the room and just rearrange it the way it should be. Well, you got me, China. How to put it? Oh, AM, guys. AM. Give me a moment here. Am I going to do this or not while I'm trying to? It got halted on me. Son of a. It won't be tomorrow. I guarantee that. It won't be tomorrow. But again, we've got until, we've got 3 more weeks. Ah, sugar. Well, let's see. Let's see where this is going to open. Maybe AM. Sorry, whatever I said. So Michael Noss just put something in. For market pattern people, we have a little further to go after that, off that head and shoulders, as he's looking at the SPY 2 minute chart. Really? Okay, where is this going to open? I don't really have a price yet where this AM is going to open. Thank you, JW or JDW. Okay, guys, so this just opened. AMAM just opened. Oh, wow. Okay, it just is going to hold three. Is it going to hold three? It did pop up to 320. High of the day was 446. I'm going to be uber careful on this. Looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, it just got halted again on the way down. So this is very messy. That didn't seem like that just didn't seem like a big enough move to get halted on the way down, but I guess it was. Well, I'll reset my alert, 320. So what you're saying is wait for 320? All right, so this has been halted again. I want to see where it could open. No clues, like there was no clues. This is what I'm seeing. It was sort of blank. Normally you get the bid and ask, but I'm getting all this stuff. So there's really no clue where this is going to open, at least not from Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, CJD briefly made a new high, popped up to 390, came right back down, trying to do it again. Well, okay, it's going to open 217.56. So what time? Oh, it's obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Okay, so now opened. Okay, so it's still over 3. It did open, was slightly longer than a 5-minute halt. Well, it's not moving that much from 3. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to. Hey guys, I'm just really watching the AM. I want to see how well it holds 3. And as Zach said, maybe the 320. I see 320, 335 is a high over here, but maybe the 320 level will get it rocking. Ooh, close. Very close. Ah, are you kidding me? It just halted again. It just halted again at 318. Man. Well, we'll see how it opens. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I had a nice big buy order set for about 324 if it got there, and then it just got halted. I had, now where's it going to, we don't know where it's going to open, of course. And I figured I had to pop it out again. All right, here's another one, guys. Another sub, well, it was a sub $1 Reborn Coffee. REBN. I sort of remember this one. Didn't this do an IPO fairly recently? Maybe not. Yeah, I think it did. Right back here in August. I think this was a SPAC. I'm pretty sure, based on the price, I'm pretty sure this was a SPAC that turned into REBN, Reborn Coffee. All right, guys. Let's see if this has any sort of power in it now. AM, AM. AM, AM, yes. Okay, guys. Well, a little bit of a move anyway. And it just got, I just did, wow, I think I just took some out before it got halted. It must be halted. Yes, it's halted. Well, AM just got halted again. Yeah. I just took some out just before the halt. 339 actually. This one, I really thought this one would have a lot more power in it, the Mobileye, but it just is chomping around too much. I thought, when it was at an all-time high up here, looked like it was holding 34 pretty nicely. Just didn't do it. Boy, some of these really cheap ones, they're just big percentage moves, 36% now for CRDL. If you're wondering where I'm getting these, I actually have a compare count window, and I must have 50 cents minimum. Movers to the upside greater than 300,000 shares versus movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares. Other filters in place, of course, but it's sort of the compare count window. I can share it, yes. Oops. Well, it'll start at 50 cents. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm seeing all these crazy ones. Not that I've traded them, at that level, but yeah, that's where I'm seeing them. So when you look at a compare count window, this is what you're doing. You're taking two opposing, well, too late for me now. Maybe. There's your curve. Well, let me get back to this. So what a compare count window does, it basically takes, call it two competing strategies, okay? Usually making new highs, versus the ones making new lows. So if I look at the configure here in the green data, yeah, that's why I've got 50 cents and $3 or 30. Current volume is at least 2. Volume in the last minute is 300% of normal, etc. Okay? And these are either a new high, pre-market high, post-market high. Don't get too many in the pre-market. We will now, because even though the current volume filter used to prevent you from seeing anything in the pre-market, it won't now. You can't use it but it'll default to 1. Don't want to get too complicated on it, but anyway. So that's on the positive side, and then you look the red data, it'll just be the reverse. Okay. Now the only thing I did was I put 2 and 30 instead of 50 cents and 30, because if I'm going to short something, I don't want to short something that's 50 cents. But otherwise, everything else is the same. So it's just competing. It's competing. I hate to call them strategies. They're just competitive alert windows, if you will. But in a format that looks like this, with a ticker, a crawl, and you can see 70% of the movers to the upside versus 30% moves to the downside right now. Now you can always start it at any time. If I clear, now it's going to start from this time, 233, as an example. Okay, well, I forgot that I was in the AM. Okay, so it opened. It should, well, it should be almost immediately, okay? Assuming, the reason you're not seeing anything right now is that no stocks are obviously meeting the filter requirements. But it should start working almost immediately. But if no stocks are meeting the filter requirements, you'll get nothing. So for instance, I just started this, at 233. So far, no stocks meeting either on the upside or the downside. Okay, guys, I'm out. Oh, good. Right before the halt. Out of the AM. That's about enough for me on this one. Make sure I am out. Yes. Now, how the heck do I get rid of Shady? Just here, not you, Shady. How do I get rid of you? Delete categories. Okay, I'm going to do that. I can always, okay, there we go. So you could have compare count windows. For instance, you could have energy stocks. You could have a symbol list put in, and you could say, okay, show me the ones that are moving higher in a certain sector versus the ones moving lower in a certain sector. I think Jamie does a lot of that. He's a big compare count user. TAL. Let's take a look at TAL. Yeah, well, it's high, basically the high of the day right now, almost the high of the day. How is EDU doing? Probably about the same. Oh, interesting. So TAL is definitely trading counter to EDU, probably big China stocks. So Boeing just had some news about India maybe buying, 137 jets? So this one is just, there's the first one, CRDL, just showed up. Wow, glad I got out of that AM. So here's the REBN again, the Reborn Coffee. What do you mean, where would they show up? You just click on them. You just click on the symbol and it shows up in your chart. Just like any other alert. Okay, just like any other alert, just click on the symbol. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see your question. Whew. Well, this Reborn Coffee, guys, it's actually, look at it go. REBN. And it's, now it's showing up here because in the race because it is over $1. Look at the volume that came in too. To REBN, biggest volume bar of the day right here. It's going to be anyway on the 15-minute. So that still has another 2.5 minutes or a little over 2 minutes to close. Look at this AM. Don't know what the record is, but AMAM won 24 races today. I'm not sure what the record has been since I started doing this, since we had races available. But if it's not the record, it's got to be awfully close. Well, I'm going to be interested. I don't have it anymore, but I want to see where this AM opens up at. 240.10, 245 plus 10 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about 30 seconds. Wait, this one, now BZUN. This one has had a couple of nice days. China stock, of course. So it's not going to, so it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt for the AM. I would just call it morning. Look at this. And it just opened. Okay, so it opened and it opened. Oh, not as bad as I thought it would. Not as badly as I thought it would. So they did have some news yesterday. This was yesterday during the day for Reborn. Letter of intent to acquire a specialty coffee shop and a roasting research, etc., etc. South Korea as part of its global expansion plans. Okay, so they had a little bit of news yesterday. It did nothing for the stock because that was announced during market hours, and it did absolutely nothing for the stock yesterday. So this is, I don't know, a delayed reaction to that news. Terrible spread for a $1 stock. 112, 119. That is crazy. Take a look at DBGI. I don't know what Zach is going to say, but well, okay. Well, I mean, to me, I mean, well, okay, I would try, I would say, I mean, there's probably could be resistance around 5 though also. You know, I mean, obviously if I can take out the 5 level, then, you know, you've got 8 and 9 up here, 960 up here. But, you know, you're still in a downtrend here. Yeah, a little pop and a down, and then the downtrend. I mean, you know, until it really breaks out, I don't really see. Depends how much you're willing to, how much you think you can make. But as far as the swing goes, I mean, then where are you going to put your stop? You know, if you're going to put your stop, as an example, at the low of today, which is 352, I'm not saying that's where you should, but if that's where you're going to do it, or here, you know, 380. But, you know, I would, you know, if you're going to swing something, you better have a fairly wide stop. Otherwise, you just get churned out. So if we do that exercise, to make the math a little bit easier, let's say that stop was at 350 and you bought it right now at 420 as an example. So that's what 70-cent stop. you have to have an expectation of making at least $1.40 on the trade. Now, to me, there's no expectation like that because you've got, some resistance up to about 5. And why 140? If you're going to risk 70, you don't want to risk 70 cents to make a dime or 20 cents or 30 cents. So the way I think most people would look at it is that even if it's a swing trade, it doesn't matter whether it's a swing trade or a day trade, you want to go in with the expectation that you can make at least a 1 for 2. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you have to have an expectation. And how do you measure that expectation? Well, how I do it, of course, I'm just looking left to see where's the next high in a daily chart. That's what people say, Denver. Okay, excuse me, guys. One last look at my homepage, okay, before I kind of put myself on mute at about 3. I'll be here till 3:30. Oops, wrong link. All right, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Right at the top here, you'll see right at the top. So here's how you can take out a subscription. Barry 15. Here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. First month only or the entire year. If you do that, please do the Let's Get Started. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Starts off with literally your download and your first login, etc. I do a stock of the day video, free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent you. I know that silver was starting to move. AG, that was the trade of the week, but it still did not trigger. 960 was the trigger, so it was a non-event. But you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here on that section. Here's the big user guide. Here's that getting started again. Daily support sessions between, the 12 to 1 slot, Mondays to Fridays with different traders, not traders. Daily webinars, you can sign up for all the webinars here. Educational videos about trade ideas. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Great, great free resource for you. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance trends, etc. And last, my scans. Here are my scans, ones I'm sharing. I'd add that compare count window. Here are the 2 races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I can almost guarantee that if you use my pre-market actives up and down, you will not miss anything that is moving up and down, okay? And the reason I say that, I said this earlier, usually get about anywhere from 10 to 20 emails a week saying, how come I missed this stock? They give us the symbol in the pre-market and it's really running. How come I missed it? And I would say virtually every single time I take a look and I look at my pre-market actives up and down, and there it would be right at the top or near the top. So I don't think you're going to miss anything if you use mine. So as always, if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and then use my promo code. the room will get credit for the subscription, and yes, I get a little piece of it, okay? The other reason to save my homepage though, my homepage link, is that again, I will add and subtract scans from time to time, so you can always have access to my scans here. And I think I've tried in this section here, the education section, I've tried to put most of the things that I think, or most of the things that people want from our website all in one clip, just by clicking once. Okay. And don't forget, the room is going to be open now for another half hour or so. So we are going to be migrating to this Discord trading room by January 3rd. That's the first trading day in January. And here is the link to get in. Very little, Elijah, very little. Even that summit is not completely dead. You know, the SMMT, not completely dead, but it's been a bear to trade, in my opinion. Really tough one. Look at all these bottoming tails and topping tails. I know Poe got a little bit of a bounce. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'll put myself on mute now. I'm still here, and if you have any questions, I will hop right back on the mic. Okay. And if I have anything I want to say, I'll obviously get back on the mic. Ooh, shoot. I want to say, why am I not selling AM? And it got halted again. Anybody count the number of times it's been halted today? The reason sometimes we don't pick everything up because if it gets halted immediately on the resumption, sometimes it doesn't pick it up. And my eyes are too blurry to count. So if somebody wants to go through the exercise, it'd be kind of amusing to see actually how many times. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. I don't think so, the 10% halt? When you say 10% halt, I don't think it's got anything, well, I don't know. I don't think so, though. It has anything to do with yesterday's closing price. Because, I mean, it's all to do with what's happening, how rapidly a stock is moving up today, as far as I know, anyway. But you're right, I mean, some of these halts seem crazy. But it is supposed to be a computer program that is just looking at it. It is not some guy, just sitting there going, let's halt this one right now. Well, we must be at 40 halts now. Got to be a record since we've been doing this anyway. Hey, Pepe, you'll be amused. You have been, you are an offender, according to our mod log. Now, the reason is because remember when we increased the frequency of posts? Well, we put it to 0, and I guess somehow it didn't know. So it said automatic action carried out for hitting the message rate limit 6 and 4 seconds or something like that. So you were flagged as a, I'll get rid of that, of course, but as an offender. Oh, you saw that? Okay. Oh, I see. How much did Altria, MO, pay for Juul? Juul. Didn't they pay like just an amazing amount of money? Like billions? So this is the thing. I don't know if this is just hit or $1.2 billion to resolve all those lawsuits. Youth vaping. Oh, that's right. Bear killer. I should know that by now. Ija. Man, guys, AM. I'm not in it anymore, but this is still, we're going to have like an after hours run even. What did you get up to? Got up to 440. Then you shouldn't trade on, if every single Friday, Paul, that happens to you, then you shouldn't trade Fridays. If it's every Friday. Exactly. No halts in after hours unless it's a news halt. Yeah. But if I know you're addicted to trading, but you do know that is the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, knowing what the result's going to be, and it's bad. I wonder if this is the biggest percentage increase of the year of any stock. Now, the only thing is that that HKD, when it did this, I don't know. No, no way. So no, I bet you that could be it. But going from 40 cents to whatever it is now, 36 cents, was it 3,200% or 32,000%? I'm talking one day. I'm not talking about for the year. I'm talking just one day. Because 43 to 162, that won't cut it. 138 to 425, that won't cut it. 282 to, yeah, I can already see that. Yeah, my guess is that that is the biggest, could be the biggest one day increase. Maybe wrong, but 763%. And why not? Another halt? Sure, why not? AM, halt it again. Well, I promise, Ajay, if you tell me what it is, I won't tell anybody else. I'm gonna somebody in our YouTube room. Well, 124. So that would have been in the pre-market. No, 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 you're right. That's the opening candle. So 124, what did it get? What was the high here? So 120 was the high that right before it opened, and then it opened. So you bought basically at the open. As you know, I could never do that. Is that also looking at the fee rate? Just you can tell me. Why don't you just post in Discord? Never mind YouTube. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to stick around in Discord for a while just to see if I can figure some things out. But I'm going to Close the other two rooms down. Okay, guys. So as always, thanks for all the help, not just today, but all week. Thanks for putting up with me and trying to understand how to use Discord, etc. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock Monday morning. Bye-bye.